side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the BFBS Esports League itself. The Pro League of Qualifier number 7, day 2, has officially gone underway here. And you know what? There has been no change into the commentary, but we might as well call in. And first of all, Pegasus, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Really excited for the action tonight. It's what my entire day has been building up for. So many points still left to be shown here. And I'm excited to see who'll come out top. I believe it's the top 8 on the leaderboard, all making the top 8 of Qualifier 7. So we are guaranteed the highest level of action here for the Pro League.
That sounds like it will be. But Psycho, quite literally, and as Pegasus was telling us quite literally before we went live, the top 8 is the top 8 as it currently stands. So does it get any better than this?
I don't think it does. I mean, it's the top of the competition, and we have high expectations as a result. But it's just the closeness with which the top 8 is organised as well, which I think is such a crucial point to mention. I think anywhere from 6th place onwards on the leaderboards, or maybe it's joint 7th, can actually climb all the way to the top of the leaderboard, which is just a ridiculous thought considering we're at that penultimate qualifier now. We are so close to the sort of the dying breath of the point system before we enter that main event, and it's still that tight. So really, really interesting stuff, Danny.
Well, it sounds like that's where we're going to be ending up, but we might as well look towards the opening match of today, which is the upper quarterfinal. If anybody doesn't know or if just only tuned in, recently we did switch to a double elimination bracket, so it means 2 lives for every team who qualified from day 1 group stage from the 2 pools, so 8 teams in total. So Omnia versus Aria Tempest was the selected match here. So Pegasus, where do you want to kick off with the 2 teams? I'll let you have the honors. Where do you want to go with this conversation?
Well, first of all, I want to point out that these 2 teams are actually on an equal amount of points at the moment on the table. There's equal points between Boost Over Ball, Omnia, and RAF Tempest in that 4th to 6th position. So on paper, this suggests that this should be a close matchup. And with some of the action we saw yesterday, we know the strengths of these rosters. We know that there's clearly a star player on either side when push comes to shove, that being, of course, G-Wood of the RAF Tempest and Minty on the side of Omnia. So whenever those 2 players are on the ball, or dare I say, if they clash on the pitch as well, that's going to be what everyone should be looking out for in, like I said, that best of 5 format. Thank goodness we got rid of that best of 3.
Well, you somewhat spoiled the surprise there. I was going to save that for the last bit of it. But what certainly wasn't a surprise, though, Psycho, was the G-Wood factor. Still, over the number of weeks, has been talking about it. But, respectfully saying and keeping the man, he has his RAF bias there. But you said it quite literally yourself, though. He is that sort of demo man, the sort of the specialist, or also the catalyst for the entirety of the team here. So what is it about it? Because we saw him once or twice yesterday, but what makes him so special?
To me, it's just across the board his capabilities when it comes to the understanding of the game, his positioning, his rotational sense, timing, when to be opportunistic as well downfield when it comes to those disruptions, those bumps as well. But the main factor about G-Wood, which I think is so powerful in the first place, is he's always in the right position. There's never going to be a point in time at which you see him drifting off for 100 boosts. There's never going to be a point in time where you think he's playing it a little bit too aggressive or risky. He's a very sort of neutral player, and he's always grounding the team and sort of freeing them up to do what they would like to do. Because G-Wood, as much as we might reference him as the superstar, Samez and Subi as well, plenty of mechanics amongst those two. And I think those are the highlight players when it comes to those tricky solo plays. And G-Wood is just more of a facilitator, but honestly, he plays that role so perfectly.
It's a fair point, well made, but so it doesn't become the all RAF show here. We aren't, of course, facilitated by them themselves here, since still is in that particular case there. But Omnia themselves here, Pegasus, not the same lineup that started, of course, the entire qualifiers, but have swapped and changed since then. But it should be interesting nonetheless here.
Absolutely. They've had those swaps and changes, but thank goodness they kept their two core players this time. That was an issue heading into Qualifier 6. They had to play underneath the name. I think it was like Omnia and then some kind of asterisk on the end of it. And they actually had to forfeit their spot into the top 8 for not having all those core players together. So now that you see them here, I believe E04, Minty, and Hammer Saints has been the team for quite a lot of the season. Season himself is a really strong player and the tail end of that roster. So they do have that potential that if one player is available, as long as it's not one of the core players, guys, Omnia can always put up a huge performance. And in all fairness, they did in the last qualifier as well, whether it counted or not.
Well, whether it counts or not here, but we might, I suppose, briefly look at the other quarterfinals, gentlemen, in terms of what they do have to offer here, because you know what, we had a bit of a debate as well too. Might as well start in terms of the likes of the RAF Storm Shadows versus the Shadows themselves. Sego, it is the old RAF Derby and the other quarterfinal here.
Yeah, and we've casted many an occasion where the Shadows have given an incredible fight to that top side of the Storm Shadows. Now, at present day, things have changed slightly because they've got a new star man amongst their ranks. Do the Storm Shadows. They have Cash, who we talked about plenty yesterday as being that player to be really afraid of in this competition. But also, Shadows are no slouches. They have beaten this top team many a time before. And I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of a matchup can actually get on the side of nerves for the Storm Shadows. Shadows, they've got nothing to lose. They're going into that series. They're expecting to be massive underdogs. They're expecting a defeat and to be pushed into the lowers, quite frankly. They're just going to do everything they can. And I think that's a great opportunity for them.
Well, maybe the opportunity for them, but Pegasus, I believe 59 was the magic point total. But that may have changed with the numbers. And you know what, we seem we got a bit of time here while we're waiting for a team or so here. I hope our producer doesn't mind me dragging us to the league table, how the standings are here. So where's the points? Where's the sort of the shape up here? Because they're based on the way Psycho's talking here, it sounds like the Shadows haven't quite squeaked themselves through yet.
No, they really haven't. And in fact, they are the furthest away from that point at the moment, as you're going to see on the table. They are sitting in 8th overall. And like I said, 58 was that magic number before during Qualifier 6. But as is natural, that number has gone down. This time, it's 52. RAF Storm Shadows and Resurgence have guaranteed themselves a spot at LAN. But that seeding is going to be extremely important between these two teams. They're rather close with only 4 points between them. Falcons are followed by, of course, Boost Over Ball, Omnia, and RAF Tempest. So they do have slightly different scenarios here. Boost Over Ball, Omnia, and Tempest need to reach a 3rd place position to clinch themselves that LAN spot. Falcons only need to make it to 4th. So in a double elimination format, that is a full series difference. Sparrowhawks and RAF Shadows, on the other hand, there will be no guarantees here in Qualifier 7, but of course, they are still very much in a running to clinch it in Qualifier 8. But I feel like that's what adds such an interesting factor to this first game, that you've got that shared 42 points matchup against each other, an opportunity to rip one of their lives away from them and potentially set themselves up well to catch some distance.
Well, while it may be the distance or not here, but there has been a brief bit of a change here. And before we do that, I'll slightly mention as well, Resurgent Falcons is the other final, but we have swapped over to Boost Over Ball versus the Sparrowhawk. And Psycho, where does this go?
Well, to me, there's a heavy favourite in Boost Over Ball. This side actually managed to climb to the very top of their group during their group in the group stage, and their counterparts in the Sparrowhawks, definite underdogs going into this one, Danny.
Well, they may be the underdogs. There's a question on whether they are capable or not to show it, but it is, shall we say, an upwards task for the Sparrowhawks themselves.
Boost Over Ball, the reigning qualifier champions, immediately open up our scoring, our favourites heading into this series, but that's not to say that Sparrowhawks can't cause an upset here. Fezzy, being the leader of that team, has done well to galvanise the roster in certain matches where before we have predicted against them. Tokyo Tears and Where's My Super as well, having their moments where they have been able to step up. This is still going to be a match where Boost Over Ball are going to have to be on their best behaviour, but if both teams are playing at their average points, of course, that is very much in favour of Boost Over Ball, who look for their second goal. Double tap goes in. Josh doubles the scoring.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous finish, and it's pretty much routine for this player. We saw him yesterday all day long, reaching out for those highlight plays, and there is a first on the board for him.
And well, yesterday we saw quite a fair few high-scoring affairs, many of which very much with a tail tipped to one side. Boost Over Ball will be looking to do that in a top 8 position, which I must say would be impressive, even if it is that Sparrowhawks side that is technically a little bit lower on that league table. But Boost Over Ball, they've earned themselves that fear factor. They play so well between each other on the pitch. That's certainly a possibility.
And that sort of idea where you have that sort of fear going into the match is also an element that teams will be not necessarily ideally wanting to sort of face you. You know, the likes of we were mentioning the sort of the Tempest at the start of the show. Sort of the Sparrowhawks were like the Achilles heel, but this one is goal number 3 already.
Just under the crossbar. Such an important component for the previous day. This time in the favour of the offensive side. No chances there for Sparrowhawks on the defence. As soon as you see that ball go in field, as soon as you leave a loose play, Boost Over Ball are going to pounce on it in every single instant. A little bit more bravery required from the Sparrowhawks.
Absolutely so. And at the moment, it's just a case of every opportunity they've had, they have sank it with absolutely no issues, no concerns. But we know the Sparrowhawks, they can be pretty fierce defensively. There was actually a series we caught yesterday on stream against the Storm Shadows, of course, pretty much the top dogs in everyone's eyes. They ended up taking a game from them at the end of the day. I think they scored maybe 2 or 3 goals themselves to push themselves across the finish line, courtesy of that star player in Super. So I'm just looking out for when that's going to happen again.
It's for that reason that you do have to keep your eye on this roster. Give them some time to get themselves warm. Of course, it's a best of 5. They can lose this first game and still not have to have any worries surrounding a reverse sweep. That attack comes off. Josh is able to make that initial.
And just like that there, the moments where the attacking play could have potentially developed, but not necessarily coming through here. But Seiko, as much as Pegasus was, it's literally sitting there talking about sort of Boost Over Balls, high in glory for the Sparrowhawks here for their opening game here. They might just need to look at this sort of situation and hold it from here.
Absolutely. And I think at the moment it's no concern really if the Sparrowhawks go on to just keep the rest of this game goalless. They don't put any away themselves, that's okay. They just sort of need to weather the storm from Boost Over Ball at the moment. Have just been so deadly downfield as Zatic's going to take this one and try and chip it over Where's My Super, who's up quickly for that one.
Sparrowhawks have an opportunity to find their feet. Just that final man. Big clearance comes out, and immediately you see Zatic waiting on that left wall. So many mechanics available. That's for 3-man passing play. And what a beautiful way to make it 4. We speak about these players being free, extremely strong individuals, but it's that chemistry, it's that playthrough, it's the positioning that has made them so consistently a top team in recent qualifiers.
Well, you want to talk about sort of the recent qualifiers and everything moves across here, and just because Stale's not here doesn't mean I'm not going to wind up him as well when he does watch it back or live here. You know, they can only win it when Kite has been sort of the challenge here. Boost over ball has been that sort of side here. You know, Rattlers, you know, Resurgence, all those sort of top 8 teams. Quite literally, this sort of qualifier is sort of this sentiment what the land could feel like. For the Sparrowhawks here, they should be looking at this one here and sort of going, this is a freebie. Whether we lose here today or win, it's more the case of what can we gather from the likely top 4 here.
And I've always said that those lower seeded times do favour of a double elimination bracket. Because, of course, you're almost guaranteed to face a team like Boost Over Ball, like the Storm Shadows, and that essentially sets you up for an instant elimination. They'll have that second chance should this series go against them, as it has done in this first game. But that being said, Psycho, this is only the first game.
It is, and there's still plenty to come from the Sparrowhawks. We're pretty much certain on that after yesterday's performance. But at the moment, they're just struggling to get out of their own back lines, as that's going to be a loose clearance. Transitioning possession straight back to that team in blue. Boost over ball as Josh tries to flex some stuff against the goal, and still seemingly no escape.
The defensive performance, though, for Sparrowhawks has certainly increased. They've definitely lowered the efficiency of that Boost over ball offense. It's not to say they haven't had all the possession and all the opportunity to extend that lead, and Sparrowhawks have still really found rare sightings of that blue net. But either way, it is little baby steps to improvement. Now it's about finding a way out of that defense, looking for that passing option, maybe playing a bit braver or higher, waiting for those passes forwards. For now, however, 10 seconds just to settle the nerves, and the second game will be underway, and Sparrowhawks will have to see if that bravery will come through, though that is not the greatest momentum builder.
I don't sort of necessarily agree with that sentiment in terms of the idea of, you know, settling in or momentum-wise when you're getting beat sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 second goal line. That sort of desperation in terms of wanting to score is there, don't get me wrong, but when you know you have that underdog for factor, it's more the case of, right, what can we do? Defend something should be more of the attitude. So you're already playing sort of negative-minded here, and if you are in that way inclined, you're not going to get the game nor the goal to sort of back it up here. So in the sense of it, playing loose and free is going to be up. We talk about the Spanish bin bomb. Well, we've somewhat seen sort of the bin lid at this point. We need the bomb behind it.
So what do you think Fezzy should be saying to these players? I've seen that Where's My Super's not ready up. Fezzy has himself, though, and they do have this 1 minute free, about 40 seconds left now to have those discussions between themselves. If that's you in that spot, Danny, what are you saying to Where's My Super and Tokyo Tears?
I'd be sort of naturally leaning back a little bit, Pegasus, and somewhat going, you know what, let's, you know, have that absorbing of pressure. Yes, for about sort of 30, 40 seconds there. They didn't concede a goal here, which is ideal, but it's the question is, where's your option? Where is your ability to play from the defensive line? There wasn't any there, and hence that's half your problem. You need to give Boost over ball something to worry about. They haven't done that.
Yeah, and to me as well, I just think one of the things that's really holding them back, just from sort of that coach angle, is that depth of not just the second man, but the third man as well. They're always so deeply rooted back, whether it's on their back post, front post, just waiting for the ball to be smacked towards them. And really, they need a downfield option like Pegasus was alluding to, and also keep a bit more control when trying to escape that defense. Maybe a couple more dribble plays, a couple more 50s, stuff like that.
Well, it's a very different task required of the Sparrowhawks in this second game, but that kickoff has started off in their favour. Opportunities to find that first shot across, but Boost over ball. Never going to take a shot that easily. Tokyo Tears up. Static able to grab that first beat, and Josh will be looking for that awkward angled shot. Where's My Super vote? Has done well to find solace in that corner, though Josh immediately pounces on that play, and this speed of Boost over ball has been a consistency throughout every single qualifier and every single match they play. And when you are looking to try and change your style and settle yourself yet again, that is also something that can be a matter of stress.
Stress? Really? we're going with that angle already. You can't be stressed in this situation. It's sorry, as a competitor, you want to be in that sort of moment and you want to thrive off it. If you're buckling under the situation here, you're going to have the sort of the gaps open up and, you know, be ripped apart there, Pegasus. You know, Sparrowhawks here, you know, you saw one or two glimmers of chance, low boost, low movement across here. To me here at the moment, you got to be worrying about the speed of the game and eventually catches up to them.
And while the fearlessness of Cosmo sees space up on the pitch, decides he's going to take it himself off the ground. Simple shot there to blast through the final defender. And when you want to talk about that bravery, you want to talk about those ice-cold, competitive players that Danny's calling for, you do look to the teams like Storm Shadows, like Boost Over Ball, like Resurgence. The first and the final team, of course, already guaranteeing themselves that land spot. That is what has made them champions.
And now Josh trying to transition from the halfway point as well, has got it past 2 defenders. And there goes Super whizzing on by. Well, Tokyo Tears rather, as Super's going to follow up this one to no avail. Cosmo sneaking that one underneath.
And Zatek really didn't rush this play whatsoever, did he? Let it go over him, knew he had a player right behind, even tested potentially going for a bump there. And if Sparrowhawks are going to give Boost Over Ball all the space in the world, even if it's in the opposing 6-yard box, this blue side are so strong at recognizing that. And they'll be looking for a third here. Josh's 50 vote. Dropped there by Fezzy. Cosmo flies in from deep, and Zatic has that third option. Still, fearlessness forward. They might just pick up a third. It's on! It's the crossbar, unfortunately. Maybe the second opportunity. Nope, Tokyo Tears clears.
I'm glad you were so excited. I was just sort of shaking my head there and a bit of disappointment sort of side of things. You know, naturally, you have 2, 3 sort of double commits, and you're sort of wondering where that sort of ball eventually is being put across here. But, you know, as you were saying there, the counter was on, the net was exposed there, and, you know, a cycle would be mocking here for the Irish punt upfield. But that's the moment there, big wide open it, and say, have me, gobble me up. It's hungry hippos or a moment, but, you know, if you're not willing to take it, what else do you want?
Hungry hippos. I love that from Danny. There's another double commit. I'm sure you'll be ecstatic in seeing now in the Sparrowhawks offense. That's left plenty of space here for Boost Over Ball to go the full distance. Attic again denied by that crossbar. It's a double commit by Boost Over Ball this time. Either side seemingly taking turns in between the sticks to just double on that ball and not even find the target. But that being said, the punishment has not been swift by either side. Boost Over Ball, for the most part, were able to maintain an extra bit of pressure, or at least build themselves back up in defense with full tanks of boost.
Fezzy's going to be so awkward here, but manages to clutch up a little touch to the left-hand side. And I'm really liking this Sparrowhawk approach at the moment of just slowing things down and trying to escape out of defense, at least on an individual level. The control is there, the dribbles, the 50s are all going in their favor to prevent some of these onslaughts. But as we all rightly know, they're going to need more than that.
It's not as wide of a scoreline as what we saw before, but the Boost Over Ball sheets do still very much stay clean. Sparrowhawks haven't quite found that first shot through. This could be the chance! Where's my super? Like a cannon off to the left side of the goal. This could be a sign of hope.
No. Sorry, I'm not letting that one slide there. Boost Over Ball here, you know, defending champions, you know, sitting there as top 4 here. I'm not going to name, but you can see it with your own eyes there. The third-man defender literally darting across sort of the box there, but hence, you know, unfortunately, Pegasus has seen me coach and a pretty side there. But one sort of the basic principles, your sort of back post rotation. You lost your visibility, you lost your ability to hold sort of the defensive game, and you let your Sparrowhawks back into it. That's sloppy.
Oh, I've certainly seen those big red marker, circle and cross would have certainly come out for that play. Not a very happy bunny from the coaching side of things, but Psycho, what are your assessments of this match so far, as also a coach here in the lobby, seeing Sparrowhawks definitely hold this one to a closer game, but Boost Over Ball still very much having that edge?
It's far more composed from Sparrowhawks at the moment. I think that much is so obvious just by their shape at the back at the moment, and the way that they've been able to transition recently is now they're just weathering a storm in that back corner. Where's My Super has absolutely no boost, but they don't need it. They've got the positioning to deal with the threats, and honestly, downfield as well. They're just sort of reliant on those big old Irish punts, as Danny was alluding to earlier on in the game. It seems to be working for them, as another shot is going to just grace the goal mouth, but that's just about all it was given.
Oh, and it was almost a third goal for Boost over Ball, and I can stick with that statement as well, as that one flies off both posts. It was a 1-goal difference there in Boost over Ball's favour, and like I said, certainly more opportunities for the Sparrowhawks, but it felt like that was a game that should have ended with a wider scoreline. I feel like a lot of those opportunities, that efficiency that we saw, say, in the first 2 minutes of game one, seemingly gone completely missing by the end of that second one.
2 points here. One, if it was an Irish punt, it would have been scored cycle. You know that. And two, when you have those situations here, the thing with Boost over Ball, the way they're shaping themselves up here, it's giving you that sort of impression here where you can lock sort of the final third of their opposition in sort of hem them across here. As Tycho was sitting there saying is that yes, they're looking better defensively, but here's the counter bit to that is what have they been able to do with it? That's the question that they've got to ask themselves when you're sitting there asking what's Frizzy saying as a coach or as that sort of captain-like role here. He's got to be looking for something to play off it. There isn't that sort of escapism from the defense here.
Lots of questions left to answer, but there may be little time if Boost over Ball can get this game done and dusted in the following 5 minutes. They've been wants to grab an early goal, and immediately we do find them in the final third, but Sparrowhawks is Fezzi. We'll look to put an early breakaway to about 2 players at that front post. First bump will certainly open things up. Tokyo Tears is able to get the initial save. Double commits come through, but yet again, Fezzi is able to find control in that corner. Boost over Ball are quick out of the gates, hounding the Sparrowhawks defense.
And Fezzi with a chance to try and see this one away, but the fake actually played perfectly into his hands. And I think we've seen as well from Boost over Ball so much space granted to Sparrowhawks when it comes to those midfield areas, leaving shots like Super's in the last game, and they need to start to look to exploit that as Super downfield does get a little nick on Zatic going forwards. Here comes Tokyo Tears to control this one as it bounces to the sidewalk.
And Zatic had an option coming right. Josh, though, has really had to stretch out for it. Didn't manage to get a touch. Whereas my Super was able to get that initial clearance. That one has stayed relatively central. Those Sparrowhawks have been able to get on the end of the play first. Zatic doing some of the defensive efforts there, actually, for the Sparrowhawks. That could leave him in a sticky situation. But that boom ball, however, back in the final third again, looks to reinitiate that final third press, which those whiffs are certainly going to help Boost over Ball yet again.
Well, it may be sort of helping them at the sort of the moment of time here, but what would be somewhat the sort of surprising factor here, Boost over Ball is picking their moment, and it's literally just appeared when it comes up to it. Sorry, Sparrowhawks, it was coming.
I didn't think you were going to be doing a play-by-play piece there, Danny.
No, it's just I literally saw that happening with the double. I was like, going, just in. There's not much play-by-play as the ball whizzes through the air here. At that point, you're asking me to write a novel here, sort of going, as the ball glides through the air here, you can hear the noise of the rattling tree. What more do you want here?
I feel like whenever we have Daniel Lacasse, it's not play-by-play, it's play before play. Don't get it twisted here, ladies and gentlemen. The feed is not delayed. He just seems to call every single play 5 seconds before every single time.
You're pretty good with your predictions earlier, weren't you, Pig? Well, yesterday's broadcast. Sporadic disappearances leading to goals.
Virgin Media certainly were.
I wouldn't mind if Pig and I was watching the major together. Let's just say there was an argument when I quite literally this is about to happen. You're ahead of me. Yes, I may be ahead, but you missed the three most obvious things there.
Listen, that was a cold ending to that night, I'll tell you that. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on the here and now, where me and Daddy get along great on camera.
Oh, hold on here. We played rematch together. First of all, let's not make that the narrative. This is 2-0 here. And second of all here, my prediction was right in that grand final. I have everybody know.
Psycho, why didn't you break us up?
Oh no, I was happy to just let you guys go crazy. That's part of what adds the magic, the spice.
He's just glad it's not him this time, that's why.
I'm always thankful to not have a spot in the firing line.
That's what I'm here for, so Psycho can just, catch a break every now and again. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, Sparrowhawks certainly haven't caught a break. It was a second goal for Zatic during that spiel, and it looks realistic that we might find ourselves a third. Cosmo, that's a beautiful first touch over that first man, and he's able to maintain that control as well. Low 50s will see that ball out wide. Josh is the only real player challenging, and it was a bit of an awkward ball there to get himself a few extra touches out. 90 seconds still to go, and it's going to sound familiar, and it's not deja vu. I have said it again and again and again. It's boost over ball in the offense with all the pressure.
Well, the ball's going to
Psycho's
loop
feeling
on
the
high.
pressure.
As myself and Danny just exchanged glances for a second, I think we were just in awe of the lack of motive for this orange side to push downfield. I think there's 1 minute to play, and they're yet to really register too many chances. Tokyo Tears is going to dive bomb that one. Doesn't quite land contact, and Fezzi's just going to really be stifled by the pressure, and Zatic has pinched that one against the post and made it 3.
And that's his hat-trick, and most likely the third game win for Boost over Ball today. This should be a sweep. This should be the road to the upper semi-finals. And the Sparrowhawks will live to fight another day, of course, in the lower brackets. I said that this double elimination format is going to favour those lower seeded teams. They don't have to just play a team like Boost over Ball and send themselves packing home. And that is going to be an initial miss there coming from the Sparrowhawks. And how do you play the end of this game? Do you try to grab it back? I mean, technically, there's still time, or do you just keep the energy going, keep the fingers warm? What are we saying, Danny? I can already hear something's coming through.
It's just the fire line getting warmed up here, Pig. That's all what it was.
It's a kettle, honestly.
My laugh has been called worse over the years, I'll tell you that for nothing. But, at this sort of moment in time, 3-0 down, statistically, you're talking 99.999%. You are done. Sorry, that's just odds. At this sort of point in time here, Pegasus, you'd be looking at it sort of going, right, who we're playing in that lower matchup for taking time. At this point here, Michael may disagree with me in terms of approach here. It's literally taking yourself off your PC, take 2-3 minutes away from the PC, and just reset mentally.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely have to agree with you, Danny. I think after suffering a defeat such as that, you can't really dwell too much on what could have been, the ifs, the buts, the maybes. You just got to try and transition your frame of mind, really, to something that can become competitive further on in the bracket. And of course, they're not eliminated as a result of this. They dropped to the lowers, and I think that's expected given the matchup that they had in the first place. Boost over Ball, fantastic team, topped the groups yesterday, and are in contention for those top spots. This isn't a surprise for the Sparrowhawks. Hopefully, for their sake, they can regather in the lower bracket.
Well, they might be looking at sort of regathering the lower bracket off it, but Pegasus, in terms of sort of the matchup wise here, I mean, literally, I think actually before we even got into the VC together, I literally wrote the likelihood of the lower bracket. Unfortunately, if things were to be right, the likes of the Shadows would be here in the lower side of it, and without being cheeky, and I know how this is going to be twisted. But how do you play from the lower bracket? Because it seems to be you're that familiar with it.
Oh, don't worry. I'm very familiar with the lower bracket. I've had many amazing things happen when I found myself in the lower bracket, so I'm definitely the right person to ask here. But of course, your backs are against the wall, but realistically, if you're a competitive player, you try to win every single game of Rocket League anyway. So if you come out of a series, whether that's in the uppers or in the lowers, truly feeling like you haven't given your best, you haven't given your full attention, I don't think it really matters what section of the bracket you're in. You should just have that competitive drive to give it your all every single time, regardless.
Well, while it's giving your all, or maybe just trying your best here, we'll find out how it sort of lands on it. Will it be sort of heads or tails or environment for the lower bracket teams? But it does mean we'll be at least carrying on through the upper sort of segment of this double elimination, but after this short break.
I'm Dan Penter.
My name is Mark Langton.
I'm Peter.
My name is Staff Sergeant Richie Rees. My gamer tag is Chief Lid.
Gamer tag is Pete P Gaming.
My gamer tag I play under is SG_Reaper.
My gamer tag is Max Chat. I think the thing I'm looking forward to most as part of the UVG is actually meeting new people. There's a lot of veterans out there who haven't been connected to gaming.
Meeting fellow veterans and playing with fellow veterans, that's what I'm looking forward to do.
So just staying part of a community. So when I was in the RAF, I was part of the RAF Esports, so we did a few meetups during that. I'm looking forward to keeping that going with the veterans and expanding it, talking to the other services, which I didn't really do too much of.
We've started with a core of about 60 people that some of us knew, and as it grows every week, new people turn up, and I love meeting new people and getting to know them and gaming with them.
The thing with veterans is we understand each other.
I'm looking forward to being part of the UVG because for me, as a still serving in the British Army at the moment, is setting that stepping stone for individuals who do eventually leave the services, and looking forward to what UVG can offer them as a gamer, if they are a gamer, or even if they're not a gamer. It's just the community that is offered to them from UVG, where, you know, as a serving soldier who, you know, taking that transition into civilian street is quite hard. So for them, having that community where you've got ex-servicemen, ex-servicewomen, for them, they can then look at those communities, and it'll be hopefully make that transition easier for them.
I think the biggest thing that UVG will do for veterans gaming community is to connect veterans through gaming.
Speaking with other veterans, that's the main thing veterans need to speak. We have a very thing that I am the big man and I can handle it, but we speak to each other. That's going to help our mental health.
See, I think UVG can offer a lot for veteran gamers.
But it's going to bring a lot of people who haven't really got that online social aspect. Through a lot of mental health stuff I've been through and done, and I think that's going to be a massive thing for a lot of people who don't have no one to talk to.
It's not just all about bringing gamers together. It's the events that can go on. They can bring a lot of the veteran community together, which gives them opportunity not just to sit in their homes. They can come out, meet each other, you know, put a face to a name.
Finding this group of people who can understand what they've gone through, understand how they talk, is going to be a massive thing.
For anyone wanting to get involved in UVG, you can find us on Discord, UK Veterans GG, and if you look on any other social media, we're there on UK Veterans.
Welcome everybody back to the BFBS Esports. It is the Pro League itself. Qualifier 7, day 2, the knockout stage Well, if you had a starting gun, you've just missed it. We have already played one series, and I would like to say it was Omnia versus the RAF Tempest, but it wasn't. It was Boost over Ball, who was the not necessarily a surprise victory win there, but Pegasus. Art, do you want to recap that series? Because like a comfortable sweep in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, it was comfortable all the way through. There were definitely some moments where we felt there was a little bit of fight back, but ultimately, Boost Over Ball was simply the better team. They are the reigning champions, and they really did prove that throughout, even when they were forced in those defensive positions. So I must say that was a rather rare occasion. They didn't look out of practice whatsoever. Rather clean overall, positioned perfectly. They've still got that chemistry. Definitely going to be a team to look out for tonight, and I'd be surprised if we didn't see them in minimum top 3. And I feel like that's harsh, not saying the grand finals.
Potentially so. I'm just going to sit on the fence for a little bit, which is unusual for my sake of things here. I believe actually the only result that hasn't came through is that Omnia versus Tempest. That must be going the distance there. But Falcons won 3-1. The Shadows, however, lost 3-0 to their form of the RAF. Does mean Psycho, and it goes straight to our actual upper semi-final. The RAF versus the Falcons. It should be quite literally a tight match here, unless there's a special K factor here we've got to worry about.
And I think it is that special K factor which is going to be so problematic in ensuring that we do have a close series, because he was on absolutely wild form yesterday, scoring everything under the sun in yesterday's broadcast. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does exactly the same thing today. But the Falcons are no slouches either. They're residing at 3rd on the points table. And if they do finish, I believe, what was it, a top 3 performance pig, that they are clinching that main event in totality. No concerns, no worries. So if they do win this match, that is them secured. That is them done and dusted. So there is a lot to play for. And if there is a time for an upset, potentially it's now.
Fair enough. I'm just going to go one name answer from the two of you. I will start with Psycho here. I feel like we already know this. Who wins it?
Storm Shadows.
Like,
Cash.
that's not an answer.
No? Are you sure? Sometimes he's
yeah.
out there. One-man army. We've seen it before. Can I not? Did you not see the goals he was scoring yesterday? He did it to Falcons yesterday. That was a sweep in the favour of the Storm Shadows. We've seen this before. I feel like that's going to be a repeat. It's going to be the Cash Show. It's going to be that Special K, whatever you guys want to call it. I'm sorry. They have only won the qualifiers when he has been on the team. Sorry to the RAF fans that have to hear that, but this is the difference maker.
Maybe so, but we can't really undermine the performances of his teammates as well. Envy and Cedric have been playing brilliantly on recent occasions, and at the moment, Falcons, maybe we could say, haven't been on that sort of level of form. Yesterday, they dropped to the likes of Omnia and had a few shaky series where they really couldn't provide what I think they can give and bring to the table. But that is one on the board to Gids and to the underdogs.
We mustn't forget, they've just come off a 3-1 win versus Resurgence. That's your second team on the league table overall. So they've gone here for the bigger fish, for RAF Storm Shadows, the ones that were sitting on first place and had already clinched themselves this spot by the end of the last qualifier. So definitely out for blood today, and that's shown relatively early. That bump attempt, though, not landing well enough here on Onza. Falcons will be able to survive a few seconds longer.
But it hasn't even been mentioned yet. Don't forget our last week's qualifier as well, where the RAF not necessarily surprisingly dropped down, but they did, and then had to sort of go through the RAF or how do you want to describe it, or the conga line? First it was Shadows, then it was the Tempest. It was sort of self-destruction of the RAF, really, to get into that sort of grand final scenario. So for them side of it, automatically sort of qualified now based on the points guaranteed. Suddenly now, have the chance here to limit the Falcons' sort of impact on the standings of things. Really for them here, they can toy with their food for at least about a game or two.
Falcons, though, ball off the ceiling. That's a dangerous chance in, but there was no Falcons players positioned well enough to make that one the second goal. And, well, I've spoken about that man, Cash. He sets up Cedric. the one to always equalise the scoreline, it feels like. And it's like you said before, you cannot discredit the rest of this roster. Envy, I called him one of the most efficient players on the edge of that 6-yard box. If you give himself a ground shot just off the bounce, it feels like it's a goal every single time, and he may not be playing today, but Pierce was the MVP for the Storm Shadows in that grand final. So overall, no matter what, this is going to be a roster to reckon with.
Maybe so, but Onza is just going to concede possession there. I thought he was in with a look towards that deep third of the blue half, as Cash is going to go for a sidewall skimmer, lobs it above Walmsley. It's not quite going to be on target, but it's still enough to threaten, as Gids is now going to throw himself up for that one. Onza in hot pursuit. Here comes another redirect chance for Gids, but simple to deal with.
And you see, though, Falcon so quick and looking for those counterattacks. There have been moments where you've been worried that if they are slightly disjointed, they'll leave the net open. And, well, you could say the same there almost for the Storm Shadows. That shot, though, not quite having the backing behind it, although that offense not coming to a close quite yet. That ball coming down off the corner, doesn't find any space inside. Envy will send it long, and there's that lone man waiting. Doesn't make contact. Gids will find himself a save, and Storm Shadows need to work their way out the corners.
Well, say the RAF has got to be a tad bit careful here when you front load, and this is no disrespect, obviously, to the two others here, but when you do have a former professional player in the form of Cash, you can be guilty to somewhat psychologically sort of going, well, Cash can bail us out or provide something special here. You know, one or two sort of moments we've seen the skimmer, as Psycho has rightly put it. Yes, you know, it's going to be fantastic if it works here, but it does not pay off when you're not structured correctly here. We might see a team who has an idea to respond against it.
Where on earth did that come from?
Absolute insanity. And I just did not expect the inside pass to be that follow-up option. Of course, there was the dunk that led to that first man. But to go for the higher percentage play right on the follow-up, it's just so intelligent from the Falcons. And, well, just as I was about to say, they've calmed their nerves. They had a moment of panic. Well recovered there by Onza.
Walmsley to take over, and they're still leading 2-1 in game one. Who would have thought an outcome like this? And I have to be critical of Cash in that previous concession. He played that mid-pass straight into the hands of this orange side, as Gids is going to continue the press. Envy up to try and push it across to Cash, but it's a soft touch and straight down to Onza.
And Storm Shadows stuck in amongst their own thirds. Time is running out for them to grab that equaliser. And we didn't expect ourselves to be in this position where Storm Shadows would be looking for OT, although this situation has opened up. You've got to get that reader for backboard, and Cash will get it every single time. Might as well be an open net. The Dominus with another highlight play to equalise the scoreline. And Falcons are going to have to show an extra bit of fight. They've done so far. Let's hope they're not out of steam.
Well, again, you sort of put a case of whether they're out of steam here. The RAF is somewhat guilty of having the same problem here. They've actually had to come back to get themselves into this scenario here. It's more the case of in a best of 5, longer to compare to what we're seeing in the best of 3. And, you know, let's not forget, Leicester, you know, Falcons were nowhere to be seen here. Much more of a different sort of side of roster here, but you want to talk about options. They have to play smarter, they have to play more intelligent. It's a question on, can you get that right opportunity when it presents itself?
And we did have a look at the stats of the Pro League so far of this first season. An average of about 5 goals per game or under, the 5th goal likely being the game winner, and a lot of them. That will remain the case in this series. To try and clinch themselves, Falcons have needed to step up. So far they have, but with plenty of series left to play. And this one not over yet. From the team in front, the one in the driver's seat at the final hurdle, the Falcons have tripped.
Never count out the Storm Shadows. No matter what sort of situation you put them in, they're sure to claw their way back, and unfortunately that's just heartbreak for Falcons. Imagine the sort of momentum they could have built off of that first potential win in the series, and for it to collapse like that, there's nothing worse than it, Danny.
Sorry, I'm just more annoyed with the sort of the Gids caught in the rotation there in terms of tracking back as third man and moving in here. You know, that sort of word itself, momentum is key. In fact, you could probably say it's king itself here, but the problem more you sort of have in these sort of situations is how do you play the balance correctly? You've got to play at least attacking somewhere and make that decision. And Pegasus, we saw that sort of second goal by the Falcons infield pass slotted in. Yes, it did come from a mistake, but you've got to be good enough as a team to take that as a chance.
Of course, it takes a lot of risk, but it also takes that perfect positioning because on the counter-attack, the Storm Shadows are so fast, they are so strong. It's how they were able to score that final goal. Sure, there was a kind of rotation from Gids, but when you are playing a method like this that is so high risk, high reward, you've got to concede a few like that. It is almost guaranteed, but now with one game gone, Falcons do not want to put themselves in a reverse sweep scenario.
And Cedric is going to try to make an early first as he throws that one pretty optimistically towards net. Wormsley to clear to that right-hand side. And Gids has proven that he can be a bit of a menace downfield in those sort of loose positions behind the defense of the Storm Shadows, but no real meaningful connection so far.
Gids has a teammate there chasing one of the defenders, and that one finds its way into the top corner. And I thought when I saw the goalkeeper there positioned with eyes across the net that surely this one was going to be a save, but it was just enough power behind the strike there for Falcons to again open up the scoring, but we've seen how these can dwindle.
It's just not even about the power of that shot, it's where you place it as well too. Left side of the net from the sort of the Gids' sort of position-wise off, it's going to be saved as well. If you actually aim it sort of top and sort of higher to the bin itself, you're actually giving the defender more chance. You have to have a little bit of dip onto that somewhat to sort of squeeze that position because you're giving elevation to the ball. That's the keenness of it here. And Kais has hit the woodwork here, so what should be one apiece here. The Falcons have got to hold on to the ball to kill the speed of the game here.
And Envy was just looming on the floor there. Zero boost though, and that one doesn't drop down. Falcons have done well to clear to those corners. Envy is bumped right back off, but again, still staying active. Still looking to be close to the play. There's a lot of reliance on that second and third man. No Sykes attempt here from Cedric. Instead, Falcons with a lot simpler of a shot and a bit of a, we'll say, a play with a fair bit of complications there in the defense to follow, albeit still managed to recover in amongst themselves, but that should have been a more fearful opportunity. This is a fearful opportunity for Storm Shadows, but Falcons today have certainly been on it to match.
And we just saw two Falcons defenders scarper forwards beyond the halfway point with absolutely no boost. Such is the trust in that third man for the Falcons at the moment. They're playing that high line and they're getting away with it at the moment. I think Storm Shadows are just being a bit too direct at the moment. Every solo play is just straight towards net. Very, very easy to read.
And Falcons, that's been their difference maker, is their indirection. We can see two passes attempted there from Falcons. A shot there from Gids, though. Not exactly inspiring. And Danny has got a face of disgust right now off screen.
It was the right idea to play sort of the 1-2 sort of tick-attack sort of type approach of it, but the issue of it is when you're having that sort of shot, you've got to make sure it's worthwhile or at least beneficial here. And as Psycho did say previously, the high line is actually going to be that Achilles heel. Once you make that mistake, you've got to scarper the way back and hide behind the sofa.
There have been sounds of exasperation there from both myself and Psycho in this attack. It's felt like Storm Shadows have had that one a long time coming. First denied off an offensive mistake of themselves, and Falcons made a few defensive errors as well that opened up that space ever more, and Storm Shadows were just given constant free reign just outside of that box. A long time coming goal there, Psycho, and you don't seem surprised.
Yeah, it was much better positioning though as well from the Storm Shadows. They had a player downfield at that back corner to aim for, and Gids was forced into that false sense of security and just had to throw a ball and dive for that challenge, albeit a difficult one. And now Cash is going to try and add to his tally, drops it down on the goal mouth. Gids is there to make a last-ditch effort save, but the demos come through. Low boost for Falcons, and it's going to be a hard escape.
fearlessness from the defense of Falcons as Cash comes in off the ceiling. This time was off the right wall looking for that dunk. But the Falcons have tightened up their defense. They haven't found space outside of it. And that was criticisms we had for the team behind the series before triple touch does not come through for Cash. He saved those all for day one. Cedric will be the one to finish this one off. And it is just low boost all round from the Falcons. Slightly out of position, forced to scramble on their own lines. It's not going to be pretty on their side of things, but Storm Shadows will be happy to run away with the lead.
It's the best way to sort of describing the Storm Shadows. They're sort of like a snake with a venomous bite to it. Once they sort of have that injection pierced right through the skin here, they can do what they want to as the third one runs into it. But it's actually that sort of previous goal before that. You are with low push, yes. You're forcing the defender moves across here. I think it was Wormsley was the third one. It was all. You can't do anything really, and hence you're sort of left with nothing in terms of it. So the fact that we're 3-1 here, it's more due to the fact that the Storm Shadows have washed the game away from the Falcons, where the Falcons have lost position.
And it feels very familiar to yesterday's Storm Shadows versus Sparrowhawks, where they were able to push that game to 3. The second game was relatively close, and that is certainly comparative of the first match that we watched between these two sides. But as the game has progressed here in the second, it has been majority RAF Storm Shadows. But one chance could have made the difference, but the post will deny yet again. That fourth man back involves Psycho. But Falcons are running out of time.
And running out of boost as well. Check out Wormsley just running down the field with 40 boost, and Honors sitting all the way back at his back 100. That's a banger of a shot, and Cash has somehow made a save of that. I have no idea how he's grabbed it, but the momentum in his favour, touched it off the crossbar. The instant transition, unbelievable from Storm Shadows.
And I don't blame them for conceding this fourth goal. They went all or nothing into that final attack. They expected to be driving themselves back to the kickoff position with how well positioned that initial offensive play was. But a touch of class there from Cash defensively saw that one nullified. Storm Shadows are hunting for a fifth as well. One thing's guaranteed here. They're going to be on a match point situation, and Falcons look further from getting themselves a first game win than they did in the opener of this series.
Do we have a stale cam anywhere? Look, when you have that sort of type of match up here, and I don't want to say because there has been at times where close, I think actually the series is done. I don't see where the Falcons can come from me here, and maybe Psycho may disagree with me on this one. But when you aren't being that tight into a match here, psychologically, once you've been sort of ripped open and somewhat trying to hold yourself together here, the fact that twice you've been essentially sucker punches, the way you put it, eventually you sort of were thin here to the point here you got nothing else to give here.
I think it's a really genuine points in that Falcons really don't have much to go for them this game. We saw a change of approach between game 1 and 2, at least in my opinion, in terms of that high line and their sort of graduation towards optimism in the previous game. And I think that was a step in the right direction. But ultimately, Storm Shadows, when they establish that pace, especially in those downfield areas, stealing the boosts, beating them in the numbers game as well, just becomes that little bit harder.
Well, the Storm Shadows have taken control of the BFBS Pro League, sitting at that top spot of the league table, and they're taking control of this series as well. Like you said, Falcons having much less of a step in that second game. It's hard to see those ties starting to shift, especially with Storm Shadows already getting us off to a huge start, as in all fairness, they have done for every single game. They definitely don't need any time to warm up into a game. That being said, that's another pass inside there coming from a Storm Shadows player to one of Falcons. And it's how they were able to concede early in game 1. If those mistakes start to pop up again, maybe we could see a previous repeat. But Danny, I'm sure you'll find that hard to believe.
Let's not sort of throw me under the bus here with my sort of disgusting faces I've been pulling in between that keeps being dragged up here on the broadcast. But
Psychopaths? Oh. Sorry.
We got a bit excited,
there's
Danny.
no-
We'll let you continue. I'm sorry.
No, there's no reason why we have to mention Psycho. Yes, Psycho, you were saying.
Oh, sorry. No, this ball's going to drop down, and then it's a little bit shaky. Wormsley's going to continue to play. And Cedric, with absolutely no boost in the tank, has made a miracle save himself, given the circumstances. But alas, we can see some confidence coming forwards. I think it's fair to say now for the Storm Shadows.
Yeah, absolutely. But Falcons are going to be the one on this initial offense. Cedric's able to boom that ball forward, and it's going to take a bit of time here for Falcons to be able to turn that ball right back around to find some space into that next half. But Cash, defensive midfield line, looks for the corner and was close to a skimmer. Well, that one sees its way through. Falcons were able to get a few extra touches to see the ball forward that bit extra, but a third man of Storm Shadows has certainly been on it in this game. It's how they've been able to sustain their pressure.
Well, for the time being, yeah, but as much as sort of the game runs sort of longer into the night, so to speak, here, the problem actually just develops more further from the Falcons is when you're facing match point, and let's not forget as well to clinching the land spot outright, guaranteed mathematically here, but what?
Oh.
What, really?
Oh.
But really?
I'll let that one sit. I'm just going to let you all at home watch that replay. Psycho, coach, former competitive player, any input?
I think it was brilliant. I loved it from Onza. The defence was a little questionable, but I'll be honest, I quite enjoyed that. You really want me to be critical of a double fake and an absolute peach of a 20 kVA
No, we're not having this.
That's what happened. Did you not see those defenders
Oh,
pre-jump up for that? They went whizzing on by.
Right, but that's fair enough. I'm not disputing that. It's diabolical defending. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm
magical
lovely.
offense, Danny.
Everything's nice and kind here. You have two defenders. One
You
can
know
sit
rightfully
and
if you were in a ranked game, Danny, you would be screaming with laughter about that one.
Yeah, in a ranked match when I don't care that much. In a competition, I would be fuming. And
Psycho, this
don't
is the
deny-
BFBS
and-
Pro League, come on!
And don't deny that. We played together.
All right, I'll let you off. Cash with a big old flick. That one's on target. 2-1 to Storm Shadows. And amidst all of the calamity and uncertainty of defensive intentions, Gids tried to pick his time. Couldn't quite get it right.
There's a lovely flick from Cash, letting it fly from midfield. The perfect arc as well to leave it just out of reach for the defense, but still with a shallow enough loop that there was certainly no time to rotate yourself back. Cedric's not going to land that double. Storm Shadows looking to extend their lead once more. Falcons may have got this game started, but in the past 30 seconds, between arguments of my two co-casters, there has been a bit of action from them. They like when the eyes is not on them, supposedly, here, Danny. Oh, isn't it lovely? Cedric gets himself that first touch. Cash doesn't allow that one to get into the danger area. Falcons, I feel like the best area of their play, I'm sure you'll agree here, Psycho, has been their passing. But when it's come to a lot more of these individual efforts, I know they've got it in their locker, hasn't quite shown itself in this series.
No, and even though this particular scoreline is only 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows, I think this has actually been one of the most comfortable performances from them so far. They haven't had to stretch or reach to try and find advantages. As Cedric is going to aim to get a little reset backflip on that one. Probably not the best option given the circumstance, but they're playing with freedom.
Cash, own corner yet again. It has been Falcons with space in this final third, but not for a second have you really felt like Storm Shadows were out of control, except for maybe that play. Opens up. Gids just gets himself a completely open net. Who was that with the touch of the backboard? Of course, it was through a smoke screen, but still, not really an excuse there for Envy.
Doesn't matter really. He has to go for it, or defensively speaking. But at what point here, when you sort of have that sort of infield passing play, it's either going to be a doomsday. It's unlikely when you have somebody barreling and chasing down here. So it is that sort of question on when, not if. But you know, I mean, we've seen a few fakes already, apparently.
In one go as well.
Occasionally, yeah, but more importantly here, that one's rattled a few times here up the post here for the Falcons. And Kaisa's sitting up here. Could be the end of the game. But it's more a case of, you know, a bit of brilliance. I cannot hit for OT. Would have
That
loved
is the
OT
best
more.
goal I've seen all day. And I can't believe you settled down the tone there. That is an unbelievable angle from Envy. 3-2 to the RAF
an
Storm
empty
Shadows.
net.
Unbelievable.
It's an empty net. Unbelievable. Well, I called him the most efficient player in front of goal, Envy. I'm augmented off the ground shots, but sure, those tight reads at the backboards. He's got them locked down as well. 1 second left on the clock. A potential game winner, a series winner. Absolutely no problems for him. Cold as ice as ever in the final third, and very much making up for his own mistakes and his own.
And he's speechless. He doesn't know what to think anymore. And I'm
It's
not
rare.
sure I do either.
I thought it was going to you, to be honest with you. I just was just. Where do you go from that, really? Don't get me wrong. Yes, it's a good shot. Yes, it's moved across of it, but I think it's actually more to Tycho's own point. But it was the best that the Storm Shadows has played in terms of an individual game-wise. It was the most calm. It was the most controlled bit. Mechanically, it was probably sound as well. It's the question of, can you string that consistently now from here to win the competition outright?
Yeah, and also for me, Danny, I think it's just proving of Falcons' real contention amidst that sort of top three that they find themselves at the moment. The points leaderboard is one thing, performance on the day is another. When we transition to that main event, there's going to be a lot of questions about how that's going to shape up. And Falcons, if they're able to contend against the absolute top, which I firmly believe is the RAF Storm Shadows on their day, that is telling, to me at least, that they are within top three contention. It's an impressive performance for them. A few kinks to be ironed out, especially when it comes to those defensive commits and keeping one man at the back. They can't really afford to continue with that sort of approach against these high-end teams, but very impressive nonetheless.
Certainly so here. Just to wrap up things in terms of to make things a bit neater here for the upper quarterfinal matches, since we've known them already through, but just to make it a bit clear where things are at the moment. Storm Shadows did win 3-0. They, of course, then had to play Falcons. We saw on air there, and of course, the RAF moved on. But we didn't see the Tempest play. They lost 3-2, and Boost over Ball versus Omnia is the other semi-final. That's happening quite literally right now. And in fact, we don't even know which way it's going here, because it looks like it's back and forth between the two, which isn't necessarily a surprise between the 4th and 5th seed pig. But if you had to guess, who should we be expecting in the sort of the upper final here?
I'm going to go for Boost over Ball. I'm going to go for that consistency coming out of that last qualifier. They look strong in the series that we watched them play, albeit it was against the Sparrowhawk side. And I would say that Omnia are a bit of a step-up team if we are going to compare the two, to be completely honest with you. But my eyes are also very much set on that loser semi-finals as well for Falcons yet again, having to play Sparrowhawks or Tempest, because if it is Tempest, that is a team that love to cause an upset. So that will be really interesting. But yeah, as for that matchup, Boost over Ball versus Omnia, it's Boost over Ball for me.
That sounds certainly good. And since you mentioned the potential lowers or quarter semi-finals, however you want to sort of shape up, it is the Shadows versus Resurgence, or the 8th versus 2nd seed, and Sparrowhawks versus Tempest, and the other in Psycho. I would suspect here Resurgence is your sort of nod in that sort of upper-lower matchup, but it's more the case of Sparrowhawks and Tempest here. Bit of a shaky start here for two sides. Need to get as much points here to make sure that they're not in the chopping block here.
Yeah, it's an incredibly dangerous bit of territory for both of themselves to find them in. But for me, Tempests, they have more to give than what they've offered us. Against Omnia, 3-2, or Omnia rather, 3-2, I think was representative of their better sort of performances. Excuse the slip of tongue. On the website, I believe they're Omnia for today. Maybe a mistake on their end, but anyway, Omnia was who they fell to in the uppers 3-2, and moving down to that lower end of the bracket. Sparrowhawks are no slouches. We've seen that. We've seen them take games against the likes of RAF Storm Shadows just yesterday. But Tempest, to me, have that sort of a higher ceiling when they really find their groove. They just work so well as a team. And importantly, in these sort of circumstances, they limit mistakes. And when it comes to these sort of high pressure environments, that really is all you could ask for.
Well, that's what they can ask for, but we want to see more of them, so we'll ask them a few more questions, but sadly after this short break. Welcome everybody back to the BFBS Esports Pro League Qualifier 7. It is day 2, the knockout stage. Well, some would say this is normally the sort of the grand final. It is not quite. It is the upper final itself. It is double elimination. But some in our gallantry as still would normally put up would have a sense of the feeling this is a preview of it. Well, Pegasus, is it?
Well, it's certainly a bit of a prologue of the last qualifier, we could say here. They did actually compete against each other, both in the upper final and, of course, the grand finals. Both went the distance. Both went to Boost Over Ball. And I believe that actually Boost Over Ball has never lost to the version of the RAF Storm Shadows without Cash. I believe the one that does have the team of Pierce, Cedric, and Envy, despite going the full distance in that last qualifier, has actually never gotten a series win versus Boost Over Ball. So there is a little bit of a personal rivalry between these two teams, and Boost Over Ball have just guaranteed themselves that land spot as well. So it's going to be a bit of a fight here for those upper seeds, and Boost Over Ball looking to try and clear themselves some distance from the others and get themselves a piece of that prize pool as well. There is a prize pool for these qualifier stages for anyone that makes those grand finals.
Well, there certainly is, and Joe, I like doing it the last time, but I might as well head towards this direction in the form of Psycho. Give us a name.
A name?
Yes.
Bob is a name. Bob stands for Boost Over Ball. However, I don't think they're going to fare too well. RAF Storm Shadows have just been a bit too good. Last series, they were quite scary. They left all of us in laughter sometimes with the ease of which they managed to breeze past some difficult affairs. But we're going to find out.
Well, it has been smooth sailing for the Storm Shadows, save for Boost Over Ball, with both sides entering this position off the back of sweeps. Someone is going to have a taste of defeat, and too many times before, it has been Storm Shadows with that foul taste in their mouths versus Boost Over Ball, but with Cash on the roster and a lovely opening kickoff there between Cedric and Envy, that could change.
Well, it's more the case on whether it's going to be a situation that's going to be throughout the series as well too. But with Boost Over the Ball here, they had, I don't want to say a more comfortable match. They seem to have dispatched their opposition with a bit more ease compared to the RAF, but it's more the case on how do you settle down here, because you don't want to drop this sort of type of matchup, because not only are you playing 2 more matchups, the likelihood is this will be the team you'll face in the grand final, whoever it is, and the question is, can you exact revenge? Well, the problem is, how good can you do it in a best of 7 at that point?
Cosmo looks to place high, well read though by the first man of the Storm Shadows. Boost Over Ball looking for that forward pressure. Josh Vogt prematurely using his flip, and a double commit there from Boost Over Ball is going to put them in a dire spot, especially with Cash with control. Some Boost Over tank space with that back ball. That slight bump, however, was going to throw him off course. There was a defender there just in case. It wasn't enough initially. Envy will look to keep that offense flowing. Back on again is Cash, this time not making any contact. And Boost Over Ball is the finest of touches, but keep them only 1 goal behind.
And I don't want to discredit the Falcons in the slightest for their previous series that we watched on stream, but the quality of this series already is just such a step up, not just for the sake of Boost Over Ball's performance, but the RF Storm Shadows at the moment have a lot of width about them. They're very much poised, and Cedric's going to kind of put a stop on where I was going with that positivity.
Josh looking to maybe reignite it with that attack, but it's well positioned from the Storm Shadows here in defense. Zatic wants to lay this one off over. Envy will take it off that corner. There is a player inside. It's going to be a hard ball to chase and keep low, but Cash makes it look so easy. There's a reason they used to call him the Cannon.
Well, if only if that was his name too, maybe another particular reason to that list there, one Pegasus, but with a particular play that you just witnessed, yes, it's fantastic, it's moved across on it, but Boost Over Ball being static in terms of the way they're sort of shaping themselves defensively, they're playing responsive, not reactionary, which is causing its own problems here.
I must say, that is uncharacteristic. Boost Over Ball typically like to be that team to control the series, to keep that pressure against the Storm Shadows. Like I said, they did in that last qualifier. This time, though, completely different story, of course. A slight change to the roster of the Storm Shadows. with those two core players maintained. This one will come off a crossbar. Easy save there coming from Cosmo. It's going to be those follow-ups where they find difficulty and just overall forming their own offense.
Josh has done well to squeeze a 50 out, and Zatic's going to continue the press. Almost finds himself a little bump on that last defender as well. 0 boost in the tank for Josh. Seems to be the nature of the game for boost over ball at the moment. They're trying to prioritise the early escapes. It's leaving them a little bit starved. That's a very good push out from Josh, though, as he gets to that back third.
And this midfield area of the pitch feels like it's been a crucial position for either side. You've got to win those aerial battles. You can't play reactive like Danny was saying before. You've got to take that initiative. You've got to be that team stepping up in front of you. You want to get to those balls first. That was relatively neutral, but still Storm Shadows coming off favourably. Cash finding the back of the net. It's not where I expected to see a goal come out of the play. And actually, it looks like that's come more off Josh.
It's one of a few times I want to give the defender a bit of a break here. Doesn't really matter as long as you're sort of challenged at the midfield line. You have to go for it to close down the angle and hope that becomes more of a structural issue as the fourth one runs on in here. This game individually is done here, but for boost over ball, it's more the case for the next minute or so. It's more looking at what we can do. By that I mean it's sort of going, can we actually play with a structure? They've been picked apart here where their sort of second and third man leaves them no other options other than to Harper.
I must say, for many serious respects, that would have been an early call to say the game is over and this first one's decided. But the fact is, Storm Shadows do not concede 4 goals in 90 seconds. That's just simply something they are incapable of doing. They're too consistent. They know how to lock down a defense. They know how to play this game in a more professional fashion. That being said, looked a little bit shaky there on the goal lines, but ultimately, that second line of the defense able to put himself to use.
Well, I think a bit more optimistically for the sake of boost over ball, they could look at this game and easily say, well, that easily could have been 2-1. They just missed pretty much a sitter downfield. And also, on the defensive end, ironically, their name has sort of spelt their own demise. I think that the third goal rather, was caused by just diving to the sides. And simply, you have to stay grounded in strong positions above any other sort of priority. And at the moment, Cash is fully well exploiting that.
And when you're trying to hold on to the positives and you have a play like that, it immediately counters into the back of your own net. That is certainly tough to keep. A simple double tap from Cash, as Danny Boy would say, it's just an open net.
Yeah.
There you go. Professional commentary, ladies and gentlemen. Centering back on. Lays it off to the second man of the Storm Shadows. Cash wants to put it high. Maybe another double tap looming this time. Boost over ball. Don't fall for that same mistakes. Backboards completely covered. Boost over ball. Again, put in a point of survival. Past a point where seemingly they're already dead. First goal just seems to not come easily for them. Josh will get it on that follow-up touch. Too little, too late, certainly. But still coming out of that goal, Psycho. You're worried off those initial shots.
I don't think there's much to worry the Storm Shadows at the moment, to be completely honest with you. I think it's been a one-man show from Cash this game, it's fair to say. 915 points his direction, his teammates less than 300 apiece, and that's not something I usually focus on at all when it comes to this beautiful game. I think statistics are a little bit over-mentioned, shall we say, but boost over ball, they still seem to find themselves with a lot of problems at the back, and you hope for their sake that they can try and get them fixed up during this quick break.
I would love to make fun of Psycho here for saying stats don't matter. Most of the time, they don't really. They give us an indicator for the most of it, but when you're sitting there and looking at it, so let's say we go down that sort of line of avenue of thought, 400, sort of, generally speaking, over 2 players, one just guy of say just over 200. You would suspect here that it's a sort of a reasonable team here being shaped up. The problem is if you then stick as a heat map onto it, well, the likelihood is they've been stuck in their own net. The reason why? Well, you've had one player with 9 shots. Quite literally, you can work out the rest from there. You don't need to be an analyst. What you do, however, need to look at is in terms of, well, how do you move across on it? You two are a lot more, shall we say, positive than I am. And we're going, well, I'll throw the question back to you then, because what are the positives? Because it seems very little there for me.
I'll have to agree with you. Listen, whether you want to go off those statistics or you want to go on the eye test here, RAF Storm Shadows simply win with flying colours in every single category. I guess the only thing you could really say about Boost Overball and that last game is they at least had the attacks. It was just the efficiency completely was not there. They couldn't get the ball in between the sticks. It was constantly crossbar, post, wider, higher. And there were many positions there where they should have grabbed themselves a goal. And Psycho, you said yourself, when it was, I believe, 4-0 on the score sheet, there is a reality where that is 2-1.
Yeah, very much so. And Cedric's so keen to spell some early demise for Boost over Ball as Cosmo does find Josh downfield, but Cash is already pre-jumping up for that. It's going to be 2 players downfield for the attack, and Cosmo stranded, flailing about in his own back lines, makes a big pre-jump save to feed that ball forwards.
And that was 2 very scary opportunities there from the Storm Shadows, but they're going to have opportunities thrown right back at them. Zatic is going to be the one to pounce on that ball, but there were 3 Storm Shadows players behind it. Cash looking for those double tabs yet again. This one not finding the back of the net, although still maintaining possession. MD to Cedric's, and Cedric's pinch, however, not able to keep any neutral ground. That's going to be all for Boost over Ball, though low boost coming up and a little bit of a lack of decision there in that touch. We'll see Storm Shadows simply piecing this one apart. That should be 1-0, but that ball, slightly bit too much distance behind it. Cash looking for the Psycho.
Well, mind you, sort of the question I sort of threw at you, I'll even that sort of give a bit off that midfield sort of side of the game here that Pegasus was referring to somewhat, sort of close it down, move across here. Boost over Ball to some extent has decided to push their own high line up, which gives them the space. The question is, at that point, do you hold the boost as much as you possibly can, or the ball possession and throwing it over? A second would laugh at me at ball distribution or player deployment, but let's not go down that line of conversation.
Well, the ball distribution has been one direction, and that's been directly forwards on every occasion for Boost over Ball. It's simply poof the ball and forget about it. And you could look at that sort of a statement and really worry for them, but funnily enough, it's working, especially when there's only 1 player at the back to do all the heavy lifting. You just want to buy time for your teammates to recover, and at the moment, it's actually doing them well.
And Zatic looked like he had a chance, but the Storm Shadows, just with a higher boost count, were able to sneak themselves around and get themselves a touch. NB's challenge high, and this is the moment you've been waiting for, them to just have that forward space and see how they'll be able to maintain it. A high press was up, and for a second there, Storm Shadows were in a little bit of bother. That's going to be something they're going to have to be careful of, but not just the rest of this game, but for the rest of this series. Those counters can certainly come quick, and it can be a bit of whiplash from a team like Boost over Ball that will take all the hits towards them, but as soon as it's their turn, they really grab what's in front of them.
This was almost a bit of a mistake, if you want to call it that, by the RAF there. Sort of Kaish and sort of Cedric there double committing out of it, which was simply with no pressure. So to the point here, and occasionally do sort of look at them and sort of come, is the communication there, or have they got a tad bit lax at times when you have been dominant in the previous game like they were, and into a game here where it's been static stalemate to the point where that sort of dustiness is around it. There's no urgency to score by either side. You can be afforded to somewhat slip up a wee bit here.
And as much as the scoreline has remained static, this hasn't been at all lethargic gameplay. It's been high pace all the way throughout, and Cedric had a tough angle to grab here. It was a wonderful pass from Cash, essentially from his own box. And Josh with 0 boost, creeping himself forward towards that front post, simply cannot get a wheel to it.
Cedric's done remarkably well to turn that one towards net with pace, but I think you're absolutely right, Pegasus. That was definitely something that Josh could have got his mitts on. Just a little bit too much pace coming forwards to the centre of the net, and that's all it takes to leave an opening as Cosmo is going to feed the ball forwards. No targets downfield, still hit and hope for Boost over Ball as Cash finds Cedric almost through the skies, and a skimmer to the side maybe is going to give a chance here.
Boost over Ball on the final minute do manage to grab it, and for a second there I thought that was a save. It did make contact, but it was just forced to snake himself there in defense. That first touch wasn't good enough, and I feel like he panicked there on the second. didn't realise how little space he had between himself and the goal line. And that is not how you want to throw away the lead. Boost over ball are back into it, and straight off the kickoff, they look to double it fast.
Well, it may be off it, but that sort of situation. The play just shows both sides are guilty of letting the situation get to them. It actually sort of stemmed from an RAF sort of overconfident sort of style of play where you have that sort of, let's just jump and sort of smack it into the corner sort of attitude, almost like a volley or a smashing badminton. But when you are the sort of the counter-attacking side here in that 1v1 or 2v1, you can afford to play that half a second of an extra touches or make the keeper have that doubt development. Where do you place it? So both sides here, I don't want to say they're got to themselves here. They need to actually settle down here and let the gameplay flow again.
And it's been very much foot on the gas from both of these sides. But you have to be able to take control. You've got to be able to adjust that tempo yourself. Those positions where they did make those mistakes were times where they could have just slowed down slightly, assessed the position that little bit better. And, well, frankly, the scoreline would still be 0-0. However, circumstances still the same. We're looking at a potential overtime or a 0-second decider. Cash will be looking for that coast-to-coast. The first touch, though, not inspiring. It's overtime in the second game. Storm Shadows hunting for that match point.
And more respect than we've ever seen shown to Boost over ball by the Storm Shadows at the moment. We're only really seeing Cedric creep forward into those offensive territories and look to be that difference maker with the likes of those redirects. It's a beautiful skimming touch from Cash. We all know the name of it, but I shan't mention it, as Zatic in the corner. Big hoof from Cash to relieve that pressure, but no contact for the follow.
Boost over ball have to be calm here because that was a ball with a bit of pace behind it, an awkward loop as well, although for the most part, the clearance and repositioning from the defense should see themselves in a familiar spot. Zatic feels like he's found an opening. There's a bit of Cash behind Cash, though. And he is able to get that clearance within the first minute. Storm Shadows are able to hold on.
Oh, well, it may be sort of those situations here. What is at least somewhat surprising, I think that's actually the first demo really in the entirety of the sort of second game. So it just shows you that sort of the RAF is willing to essentially reset Boost over ball in terms of their position. Gallant regained off it, but as sort of the point Sega was alluding to, you know, Cedric being pushed up here as sort of that low man at times here, willing to put the chance on him. I'm not a fan of it, Pegasus, because it essentially allows sort of the opposition to have more space to plop the ball right behind somebody.
Certainly it's high risk and, but arguably not much better reward. We know that, of course, he can catch those redirects and Cash as well can find those passes. The cost is rather high. Boost over ball. Boost counts certainly aren't high in these kinds of positions. Did wait that extra second there for that 100 to spawn. This is a bit of what we were talking about in regulation, being able to set that tempo, make the most of any space when it does crop up, because it's certainly not often. And Boost over ball, despite their time in that final third, no real threatening opportunities against the Storm Shadows defense.
Josh to follow up with only 30 in the tank. Almost gets it past Cash, but that 50 is perfection, and he's got no boost to follow forward. Good demo for the disruption, but that shot is somehow saved away by Cosmo. I thought the follow was certain to be there. As you just kind of think that one solo play could be that difference maker at the moment for Storm Shadows. They're struggling to link up, but they're still posing that threat.
Look for that read is Cedric, and that is a play hashed by the man on the back ball. What a recovery from Josh. More effort required there from Zatic to put this one into safety, but Storm Shadows will not allow it to reach that point. We needed a second touch there. It did come through, and Boost over ball have had to give their absolute all in that defense, and all of a sudden, firecrackers are light, and the pace is back in the game.
And then you give credit here to Boost over ball, the fact that there was about sort of 60 boosts across 3 compared to about 250, so they weathered the storm perfectly, really. But again, at some point here, that sort of recycling will occur here, so Boost over ball needs to essentially demo or play that gap that did open up this time around here. But for every time Boost over the ball does sort of have that opportunity, they have to face 6 or 7 attempts by the RAF.
That's a huge bump coming through as well, but Josh is able to fill that gap. Zatic waited forward. He's got an option inside the sides to go for the shot instead. And by the look of Danny's face, that was not the correct option.
That ball's going to spill very dangerously in front of the booster over ball goal mouth. Cosmo got a 50 on the end of it, but somehow there was an RAF follow-up. So many numbers committed downfield, and they really wanted that win.
Was that the right call, Danny? That final play there from the offense of boost over ball. You had looks of disgust. I just want you to explain what went wrong there and what should have happened.
I love how I became the villain here with explaining the problems, but somebody has to do it. But you know, it's more a case of it is you do have somebody like Kais, you have that 2v1, make the keeper think. The shot there on your near side is always going to be protected. You have to have then at some point you have the ability to force it through. You have to then make the likelihood of, you know, basically a solo drag or dribble. Didn't do that, so hence your shot's the most easiest to save there. You have the passing option here where it has a better strike, or leave it back into sort of a tick-attack, a 1-2-1. You don't have either played through it, often you give Kais a simple clear and move downfield here. I'm sorry. No, this is meant to be the sort of top sort of 2 seeds or the top 4 sort of really battling out there. That was poor decision making.
Well, there you have it. I think that's the explanation in a nutshell, and it can't really be more blunt than that. And I think you're right, Danny. When it comes to those opportunities, especially against the more experienced players such as Cash, you have to play it slow. You have to make them think. You're precisely right there. But it is sort of better feelings across the board, maybe for boost over ball. But there was a kickoff goal earlier on in this series, and just 3 seconds off the rip, immediate falters for boost over ball.
And well, if they were able to keep their heads high after the ending of that last game, that opening goal from the Storm Shadows has certainly added extra weight. Boost over ball in a must reverse sweep position in a series which, in all fairness, seems like it could be reverse sweepable if they are able to maintain their heads. But that is such a tough call, so deep into the top 8, into that upper finals, and of course against the likes of the Storm Shadows.
Well, the reason at the moment they're sort of the top seat is that sort of ability, how good can you sort of crack them down here? They've had sort of 2-3 individual moments across the series, and if they did that, perhaps we may be looking at sort of a 2-1 sort of type series, maybe in their advantage perhaps, but you have to play perfect. They haven't done that, and that's the problem. But again, you're playing 1-0 down, 4 minutes, you've got to essentially find that goal without conceding. I'm sorry, but you've got to score 2 in this situation here to have any sense of comfortability in the game.
Envy has a free ball here coming off the backboard for a second there. Looked like he was going to go straight for net, the backboard instead. Rears its head into the gameplay. Cedric was that follow-up option, but with 2 players pouncing, now turn offensive players. You start to hear the alarm bells ringing, but that flipped right on again back to boost over ball. It was such a high second and third man. You're starting to see a little bit of desperation for this orange side creep into this third game. And again, looking to try and escape out of their corners. It's all too familiar for Storm Shadows.
It's all too familiar in terms of the woes for boost over ball right now. They're just being spread thin at their own back lines. I think it's courtesy of their own free will, really, and volition. Diving away to those corners, diving downfield and pressing that boost pedal a little bit too much, as Zatic's going to look for a glancing touch. Over to the backboard, Envy's going to intercept, and Josh now with a lot of time to kill.
Yeah, but there's 3 defenders behind them now. They had opportunities where they were essentially in a 2v2, maybe even a 2v1 if you were being generous there. There was a player just a bit further out wide that was arguably not part of the position, but they just couldn't make the most of it. Whether that was a lack of recognition, the touches not landing where they want, that's at least stronger from Zatic. A perfect follow-up, a nice 50 there from Josh as well. And just as the cherry on top as well, I like where the third man is positioned. Cosmo in a perfect place for a potential miss coming off that post. I must say that would have been shocking. Or, Lord forbid, one going over his head. I reckon he catches it as well.
I think if we heard that you never hear the end of it, but that's the ideal kick-off goal to happen as well too. And Sorry. Take over.
It's a good way. It's
No,
a
I
good
saw-
way to counteract what has been a pretty bitter series so far for Boost Over Ball. And I think, Danny, your time to have a little bit of a hiccup there was pretty appropriate because it really did come out of the blue. And
Well, it wasn't
Cash.
even that threw me off. It was the cash going straight from the boost out.
He was
We're all
certainly
human.
sick of something. Coughing as a result. Cash not able to find a target in this instance, although it was close. Danny would just be calling that any open net. Cash is beaten on that occasion as well. But Boost Over Ball, you can't be missing that. Oh my goodness. That was hands on heads from every single caster. Cash drops down. Cedric there for the follow-up. It feels like there should have been goals for either side, but especially the team that needs it. Boost Over Ball, I need to see it.
You want more goals here? They've only have an average of 5
Oh.
goals a game. Apparently, it's 3 chances go rattling away with the side and sneak third swing. They don't need any more goals. It's 2-1. Why you get nervous, Pink?
I just feel like in these kinds of games between these two highly offensive teams, that another goal is guaranteed to happen, whether that's Boost Over Ball's insurance or Storm Shadows equalising the score. We'll have to see. There was an opportunity for Boost Over Ball. I like they kept that ball low. Cedric put himself in a perfect position where he could cover both angles. And the Storm Shadows third man has been bumped off. Cedric, though, does take that position, and he does have a full tank of boost. I know that he can make space with those. A double flip reset. I feel like he attempted a triple as well, though. Not grabbing as much as he would have liked. Storm Shadows deep forward. Zatic looking awkward, having to power slide perfectly just for the faintest of touches. There's the dummy play. Cedric for the top corner. But 2 players ready there to defend, and they don't cross paths.
And these slow plays are not helping the Storm Shadows at the moment. They're just feeding the hungry hippos at the back as Zatic looks awkward and needs a bailout at that front post backboard. Very, very difficult for Storm Shadows to continue the attack as that ball just ramps its way downfield, and finally an opening now and a 1v2 for Zatic to deal with.
Envy demoed off as well. Opens up a bit of space here for the Storm Shadows. Cash wants to find a player inside and pitches off. It's Cedric. Historically, this is what he does in the dying seconds. When you need a hero, when you just need that ball in the back of the net. Perfectly positioned, perfect poise. And this game might just be tipped on its head.
Not much you can do, really. You have to make that block. If you can't do it, you're pretty much open for where the shot was eventually going to be placed to be in the same spot as the defender, which means it's what you're covering 5% of the net at best here. So essentially, the RAF has got one job to do, which is basically watch Boost Over Ball squirm for the next 1, 2, 3, or 20 minutes, however they want here, really.
I thought we were going to sneak a prediction out of Danny Boy. I feel like that's saying that anything can happen in this OT, and I'm going to have to agree. We've seen closed matchups. We've seen those odd opportunities squeak their way through, or Storm Shadows just finding a way to make magic happen, especially when you've got those individuals on the side. But this time it's Boost Over Ball. Josh high on the ball. That one's quite heavy, corner to corner. All safeties here for the Storm Shadows, especially when it's Cash in possession. Second man follows. It's Cedric, quick off the demo. Still decided he's got some impact, but that is a lovely interception. And Boost Over Ball's turn on the ball comes to a very quick end.
Cash for the double. No contact. And 0 boost to follow through. 2 defenders lying in wait. Zatic with a nice flick. No boost on the follow-up, though. Cosmo is going to try and fill that little gap, and he's done well to find that double touch to the side. And in regulation, I was really beginning to have hope for Boost Over Ball, but at the moment, it's just a matter of get the heck out of defence.
You can't play just lockdown anymore. You don't have that lead. You allowed Storm Shadows in. Now you've got to suffer from this neutral gameplay and just the inevitabilities of the first seed. Cedric, the one to take it to overtime, will be the one to finish it, and Storm Shadows, they just seem to always find a way. It's like water.
Well, that's certainly one way to describe them, but I think for more the case of it was more boost over the ball that lost game 3 more than the RAF won it. But again, eventually you do have to tap those opportunities home. What Cedric just did for the winner. But Psycho, as much as the RAF will be looking at this as sort of going, job done and dusted here, all what they're sort of doing is cementing really their first place, or I don't want to call it legacy at the moment here, but that's what they're trying to build up one.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to be those undisputed kings, and you really, really think that in these last 2 qualifiers, they are the absolute favourites. And of course, they need to give themselves as much confidence as they can going into that main event, especially when we look at the eyes of players who aren't called Cash, who may not have that particular experience playing under the absolute highest of stakes, and to be able to deal with that pressure maybe as smoothly as somebody like him would do. And moving forwards for me, I think it's optimistic for Boost over Ball. They're going to look at that third game, as you said, and know that they could have taken it. There was 2 more goals for the taking, 2 open nets, just missed at the dying hopes of that game 3, but still very close competition.
Well, it might be close as well too, but we might as well drop down to the lowers because that's where, unfortunately, where the competition has led to. That's the entirety of the uppers. We do know at least one grand finalist. The question is who's going to get there, and to let everybody know what has happened here. Omnia has beat Resurgence 3-0, and the Tempest has lost 3-0 respectively. So here to the Falcons. So it does mean Omnia versus the Falcons, but we'll be taking a short break here and we'll be seeing you for what will be an interesting lower final run here for one of these teams to get back at the RAF.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love.
Welcome back to, of course, the BFBS Pro League itself, Qualifier 7, and but we're essentially, if it was a single elimination bracket, what would have been essentially the third, fourth place matchup, because that's what the points tally would be. But really, it doesn't matter too much for the grand scheme for who we've got on show here in the form of Omnia versus the Falcons. And might as well kick the conversation off with yourself here, Pegasus. The third place specialists, they would like to do, one step better. Of course, they have to win here to match their sort of record they've been continuously getting so far. The Falcons, on the other hand, seem to be on an upwards trajectory since dropping from the uppers here.
Yeah, certainly. And in all fairness, they're all coming off the back of no slouch victories. Omnia is that sweep versus Resurgence. Falcons here with a sweep versus Tempest, who, of course, can have their up and downs in terms of their form, but assuming they were on it, a sweeping result would certainly be an amazing one for them to just have some confidence in what is being called the lower consolidation 2 stage of a bracket. I think I'll stick with losers semi-finals. This definitely does feel like a match that could go either way. They're seeded rather similarly. I believe it was a 2 points difference or something close to that before this day began. And as much as I said a little bit earlier today that Omnia would need to reach third place for themselves to guarantee a spot at that LAN, I actually think with some of the eliminations we've already seen today, they've already clinched it. So this is all for glory. This is all to fight for those greater positions. You spoke about a third place curse. Well, could Qualifier 7 be the place that's broken? I feel like it's certainly a potential.
Well, it may be a potential. The question is, can they deliver on it? So, Psycho, I've been doing this with you. It seems to be our new thing here. Winner, who is it?
To me, this is the first time I really can't call it. Recently, at the dying stages of competition, Falcons have been faltering since their early successes in the qualifiers for the BFBS Pro League. Omnia, on the other hand, have recent form and recent history on their side. And of course, we've had the opportunity to see plenty of the Falcons today. We know they're a lot better off than they were potentially yesterday in terms of their performance. Is it going to be enough here?
We've seen a few roster changes as well on the side of Omnia, but one thing remains the same. Not a roster you want to mess with, and Falcons are going to be very careful of how they play against them, because that man, Minty, knows how to steal the show.
Well, for the time being, stealing it, but, apparently open nets aren't difficult. Minty's certainly showing the reason why it isn't here. For now, of course, the Falcon side of things is hard to get yourself back really from sort of that slump here, because they used to be winners. That consolidation placement, that just sounds so cruel from a previous set of champions.
Absolutely, and we said it about that upper matchup. Minty, at times, can very much carry a series himself, whereas Falcons is a completely different story. It's about all of those inside passes. You don't have to be an expert looking at that match in the upper bracket to say that that was such a huge part of their play earlier today. It was where they found all their successes, but for the moment they are struggling to pass it out of their own defense. Omnia have done well to clamp down, but Onza might have just found a target. That one's going to go over. Falcons, though, very much testing the waters. Minty back on, and there's no testing required. For the most part, passes on flying colours.
Hammers is going to doink this one in field and just concede possession at the blink of an eye as Onza is given their first chance of the game so far. And Falcons have been put on the back foot by that star player in a few people's eyes. Minty rather, Misty being an APAC player actually. That's an interesting slip up there, but EO4 is going to continue the pressure. Maybe a shot here for Hammers, but saved away at the dying seconds by Gids.
I got worried when I saw EO4 positioned so high as well. If both of them had flipped forward, that would have been a really dangerous counter-attack in the favour of Falcons. Instead, though, they kept themselves cool. Likely really well called there, and the comms as well. It's not one of those positions where you do just leave the ball hanging for a teammate. Minty back on though, and again, just taking that dribble, and Onza is seemingly that consistent last line of defense, bested on only one occasion. It's 2-1 for him, but the scoreline is all that really matters.
Well, you can sort of say it's 1-0 really. Psychologically, it probably feels sort of 2-0 against the Falcons. They know they've been sort of hemmed on in here, but as much as their decision making of sort of what scrunch from a face and sort of uncomfortable positions more than they have, they've dealt with it here. The question that they've allowed themselves here to suffer is that sort of ability to go off one decision previously where that ball was popped up and really no follow through. They need to have a sort of a second, third, fourth, fifth. It's now sort of it's an engine that's just somewhat faltering here.
And Onza really had a chance in that offense to make something happen, had acres of space in front of him and decided to just send it to the Omnia players. And that turnover in possession, the exact same one, is what has seen Omnia reignite this counter-attack. It's not the best of touches from the defender either. It's bad to worse from the Falcons, who really are not showing their max potential in this opener.
And you could just guarantee that Wormsley was screaming, middle, middle, as they just threw it over to the side. But that final third man, I suppose you could call him wrapping around, was completely in the wrong space. And the touch just wasn't the option to go for. They need to establish a bit of a semblance of control here, do the Falcons, as Minty's going to put another one towards target. 3-0 to Omnia.
On for a hat-trick, that's the second goal, and it's felt like he could have scored 4 or 5 with his gameplay so far. I must say, when it's come to the goal line, when it's come to that final line of defense, I would argue Falcons have been rather strong. But it's the fact that they've ended up in those positions way too many times. It's those build-up plays where it all falls apart, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, with a 50% conversion, Minty collects his hat-trick.
There's sort of that sense on, whether it's your day or not sort of type, when you just know whether it's the RLCS, in the Swiss stage or in sort of competitions like here in the BFBS Pro League, it's more the case of, what is sort of going to happen here. To me, the last sort of 6 qualifiers I've seen the Falcons, they can be extraordinary well champions outright, or just a side that have not got back and forth. Let's not forget here, back in qualifier 1, it was Omnia versus Falcons 3-2. It was Omnia that actually was dominating that game. The roster has changed since. I think EO4, to some extent, is the only real original man left from that side against this Falcon roster that swapped the chains and brought Gids back in. So, to me, this feels like revenge at best.
And while Omnia have hit the ground running, Falcons have been rather flat-footed. It's a tough ball to clear when you've already made those mistakes before, but again, that just feels like a pattern. It's always these Superman saves on the goal line coming from these awkward positions that they put themselves in. It's already a hard matchup when you're facing a team like Omnia. At times, they're still making it that extra bit tougher for themselves, and the scoreline has certainly reflected that. That's a wonderful read from Hammer Saints Forever. But, however, coming off the waterfall, really tough to call. A lot of momentum in front of him as well, but he has to kill immediately. It's a gorgeous way to make it 6. And if this game wasn't already dead and buried, well, that's certainly 7 feet under.
And it could well be more. That is the scary thing for the Falcons at the moment, because I'm not sure even they know where to begin. From the moment kickoff was established, they were struggling. Every time they found themselves downfield, it's been a case of just get it done quickly. I'm going to reference Onza on a couple of occasions who I think could have been that difference maker, but just opted for the safe option of strike towards net and see what happens. When you flip the script and you look over towards Minty, you see the amount of control on every single play with intention, an infield pass. Beautiful.
So well placed here from Minty. And if you're a defender for Falcons, you just assume that's going towards the target. He's done it for essentially every single play he's had. He's gone for that double tap shot. He's mixed it up one time, and that will give him his 7th goal. And on the other side of the Falcons, you're just waiting for someone to take that bit of responsibility, whether it is Onza or the likes of Walmsley or Gids, actually, in quite a lot of occasions in previous series where we have seen success from Falcons. Just still waiting for that moment. We have had multiple series today on stream where every single one has definitely felt like a top 8 matchup. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is looking like day one. Another Brazil returning to the broadcast.
And see what Psycho sort of once said earlier in terms of, shooting on target is, what you sort of do when you need to make that sort of difference maker. I remember about 2-3 weeks ago, Stella and I was on a podcast. I think it was actually for the RAF, and hence we talked about quality players that moved across here, and we all looked at 3 different players on that podcast, and all 3 of them got a mention, and respectfully so, because they all brought something to the table. I think this is the first qualifier really that I haven't seen any of them bring something to that table, which is surprising, Psycho, because you're looking for that player to step up, and yes, it's a best of 5. Yes, you can drop a game at this sort of point. Realistically, you shouldn't be. And the fact is, they haven't really got out of their own box. They haven't really tested anything, so they're going into the next game essentially even more blinder than they were while a game down.
Yeah, and I also think just for their sake, they have to slow down the tempo when they find themselves in possession of that ball. Whether it's pushing out a defense, opting for those 50s, those higher percentage odds, they're not really looking for them at the moment. It's just a case of release the ball quickly. Omnia are beating them on pace. Omnia are beating them on the technical aspect of the game too. So I think what they really need to do is just change the pace, bring it back down, and try and take some more control in game 2.
And the kickoff is in preparation. The players taking their time to get into the lobby. Just an extra few seconds for Falcons to hopefully not be dwelling on that previous result. We ended up in Brazil. Returned back here for the BFBS Pro League. Falcons with a lot to show for. Omnia, however, they'll be happy to continue where they left off.
Well, I'm just sort of sitting thinking about the last time we sort of talked about a few seconds being mentioned here. Pegasus was casting the team. I was happily coaching as Minty puts one in here. I'm just going to carry on here. That was really nothing different here from them. And sat there and says, when is he going to call a timeout? Screaming to my experience. Can we maybe get one here for the sake of the Falcons because they need it? The game's running away from them.
But what do you even say? Of course, Psycho, you mentioned slowing down the play, and that is very much something Falcons could credit themselves in hopefully picking up in this second game. But what about the mental effects of that first match? What about all those other aspects? Are they able to hold their nerves? Because it has looked like sometimes we're getting these just panic flicks coming across, and I feel like that has been a source of the rushing. A second goal potentially coming on our screens. But Psycho, what would that timeout look like for yourself?
I mean, for me, it would just be a case of keeping everything calm, because these guys are going to have a lot to shout about. And when things are going completely against you and the game is running away from you, as Danny put it, it can be so increasingly likely that it just turns into vocal conflicts and accusations, especially when you're looking at teams that are maybe competing at more of an amateur level of play. And at the moment, it's still Omnia establishing that dominance, that presence. Falcons, as you said, Pig, it's going to be hard for them to restart.
They look confident, but why would they not be? After a game one like that at the start of this second game, where it's felt like nothing has essentially changed, they can attack balls like this with full confidence. They still have that third man positioned, and Falcons, even when given a clear-cut opportunity there, cannot give a challenge for the third man.
It's just one of those ones here. Yes, it's ideal that they're going for it here, but at this sort of point in time here, you have to find that sort of disrupting factor. Psycho sort of sat there and said the comms could actually even go the other way, where it's just absolute quiet, never mind. So the accusation here, at one point here, you could be ended up like on the traitor, somebody being accused of requiring. But at this point, how do you calm it down? Well, first of all, structure yourself. Position yourself, calm where you are, what boost you've got here, and don't end like a sort of a scene from Chicken Run. Panic, panic, panic! That's what's going on!
It really does feel like the case. It's been clucking mad all throughout, I guess you could say, but for the most part, it was a well-formed attack from Omnia, and I feel like we've had so many games today where one team has been conceding chances, whereas the opposing side haven't been able to take them. So to give credits to Omnia, they are taking it almost every single time. There were teams that, especially in those upper stages for those quarterfinals, if they were able to have the efficiency of Omnia when those mistakes faced them, they would still be in the tournament right now.
You've got to give credit to some of the smaller moments. I think Minty actually fed through that shot with that pre-flip coming across goal. And you know what? It was safe enough to go for as well. Cut that rotation and aim for it, because he knew that he was going to recover on time as well. And at the point when you're 3-0 up, I think there's very little concerns given to risks taken when you're really feeling it that much. And here could be a fifth for Minty.
Oh.
Just shy.
Not quite the triple we were looking for, and again, you do just wonder about that mental side of the Falcons. Are they praying that this was a best of 3 and the suffering will stop? Or are they going to be looking at those reverse sweeps? Are they looking to grab a goal or two out of it? Because at the moment, their only goal was on 0 seconds in a game where they were only 7-0 behind.
Do you want to also point out the fact here it was scored by the opposition? It could have really been 8-0.
Ouch.
Are we ignoring that fact as well too, or how many different ways is Psycho going to say the word Minty today?
Psycho, I'll give you your opportunity.
Well, I can say it with a smile or say it with a frown, and there's not really a reason to say it with a frown at the moment, because he's put in a fantastic performance, and I think he deserves to be talked about. And funnily enough, he's sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm not entirely sure that pays respects to his efforts this particular game, but nonetheless,
says the man that
he's going to try and make
stats
a read
doesn't matter.
over to the side.
That's about
Which
to
is
say.
exactly why I shut down my own comment, Danny.
Oh, let's continue talking about Minty, who has 370. It's
Hold
so
on, we
happy.
might be talking more in a second. let's give a big shout for 372. There we go, everyone.
And if anybody's
Now,
got
would you
their
believe it?
bingo card ready here, I think maybe somebody else has got the trombone set here. There's another one, which is what, 447.
And congratulations to Minty. He's won a brand new washing machine for that finish.
Why she seem
And
maybe imaginary?
And I just want to give a quick thank you to Jake for his production consistently, not only throughout the last qualifier, but for this one as well. He's also been our observer, because if he had not been here and Psycho would have been the one on production, he would have been spamming 3 on his number pad right now. We would have not left Minty's perspective. So again, full appreciation to our wonderful producer. Minty back on. And I guess we're just forced to watch him again.
Sorry, hold on here. Have we got a Minty button now?
What does the Minty button look like? What does it do?
It's free on the keyboard. Player cam, consistent spectate, I believe, for Minty there. If you want to take it. Like, I know you're already on that, so I don't know why you're pretending like it doesn't exist.
Can we just call him Bounty then at that point?
Oh, it's 7-0.
It is. Psycho,
No, it's going to be 7-1.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
I dearly hope it's not a pity goal.
Oh, I hope it is now. Come on.
We've really been rubbing it in this game, haven't we?
Imagine if I was their
to
coach
talk about.
here.
It's 2 games in a row. Barcelona, anyone?
I think for Falcons, a showcase of the mental game at the moment may just be in these smaller moments of lack of effort, even though you're 7-0 down. What you really want to do is just get on with it. You don't want to delay the pain anymore. So it's worth keep having a stab at this particular game, even if they are 8-0 down, I think.
All right, hold on here.
Ooh.
I know Stel's not here, and we played rematch last night, and I had a Man United fit. Any reason why you had to mention Barcelona?
Sorry, Dan. Sorry,
Thanks.
but game's the game. 9-0? I can't even think of a football match example here. I'm sure Bayern Munich have probably done it before against some random side. They usually like to do it. Omnia wearing those red colours as well. There's the comparisons.
Well, I do believe that the record for the score for the biggest win was 9-0, which happened, funnily enough, from Manchester United against Ipswich Town.
Wow. There you go.
Right.
That's
was
ball
that
noise
First
for you.
Division and not Premier League?
That was the Premier League.
Ooh, there we go. But
Right,
it's not
okay.
the BFBS Pro League. That's where real legends are made.
Oh, yes, and if that's the case, then we're talking about a 20-0 to nothing would be the biggest scoreline. So, do you know what? While we sit here and argue, feel free to have your own commentary at them. Give it a go. Send your reel in, and you could be sitting here for the next qualifier, which is happening as well. So the sign-ups are open for qualifier 8, Wednesday to Thursday, same time, so always 6 p.m. Here live on Twitch and YouTube. But Psycho, a 10-0 scoreline in essentially the 4th place matchup. Some say it would be close if you're a nice and loving commentator. If you're somebody like myself, it was a battering and dismal, or why are we here sort of type moments. Which one are you?
I'm sorry, you lost me there. Can you say the question a little more quickly, Danny?
Welcome to how our rank sessions go. Usually I'm on the receiving end of a tell-no. Where does Omnia go in terms of, do they stop and just have 1-0 save energy here, or does Falcons? We've been sitting here saying what they should be doing. They can't do it because they just can't. It just seems to be Omnia has shut them down to the point here where there is no other game plan, essentially.
Well, I'll tell you a small bit of perspective from my history as a player, and that's that if a game is really going against your favour, you would prefer to lose maybe 3 or 4-0 in what you know to be a crushing defeat than you would maybe like an 8 or a 9-0, because at that point it kind of indicates to your opposition that you weren't really trying too hard. And I think sort of that little tiny bit of mental play can add some layers to the equation. But at the moment, Falcons, they're going to try and keep things a little bit safer, you would imagine here.
Sorry, hold on here. Not only did I cast for Team Liquid, and I seen a few one-line score lines in my team, but Flipside Tactics back in the day when they were the Bricks played Vitality, which was the #1 seed, went into that match, I think it was game 2, after losing a close 1-0, 1-7-0 or 7-1, and then proceeded to get thrashed after the next 2 games here. Historically, it's never gone well for the losing side with that type of scoreline.
Danny, I just want to cut in and say that we've witnessed some of the dark arts. The quick chats are coming out as well. There was a big wide open net for Hammer Saints earlier. He absolutely whizzed on by, and Wormsley decided to give him a close one as all three are just lying in wake at the back lines, hoofing that one away, shimming away the danger, but Minty to come forwards. I'm not going to have that player's name on my lips for now because Gids is pushing forwards.
And he had an opportunity to get that first goal open. You were talking about, do they save energy in this game? Do they slow the pace down here, Omnia? Well, they certainly had spare energy for the text chats in between games. I'm not sure any of you guys saw referencing a potential former player. That's not relevant now because what Omnia have got is doing the job. Hammer Saints will hammer home what has been an absolute hammering through and through.
Do you know what? There's some days I don't think chatting or any type of conversation is worthwhile. But when both sides are willing to give it and there's proper needle. Do you know what? Let the dark arts bring in.
Oh, Minty. Do you think I should say that one out loud?
Yes.
Oh, but Minty's clearly been doing a bit of maths here. And just before the second goal was dropped in, he said, "You're on course for only 4-0 this game." AO4's just butted in and said maybe 5.
I would remind it, there is a "Who are you" chant, but save that for the RAF. They only win it when Cassius.
Oh my gosh, Danny! They're not even playing in this series. It was so unnecessary.
I thought
Save that for the lower finals. We'll be there. And I would like to say 3 minutes, but if Omnia don't stop, that might be 20.
I thought, you know what,
Number 3.
everybody else. Oh, your bingo calling days is calling there, was it?
Yes, no, sorry, that career's just ended.
No, I know the RAF won't be happy with me. They have been playing well for the majority of the tournament. And hence everybody else is going to say it as well too. The RAF has shut them down every time. The question really at this point is who's going to play them?
I tell you what, if this game continues, Psycho could quit being bingo and switch more to darts. 180 if this pace continues for Omnia. These individual games, these individual scorelines don't look like they're stopping. It's Minty back on, and it's just same old, same old. This is, you know, one of those games where I'm not sure we wanted it to be a best of 5 because it doesn't look like that result is changing. Hold on, scratch that. Danny boy, Falcons have a chance.
Look, yes, they've scored one here.
Flipside Tactics, the Bricks versus Vitality. What was that game you mentioned before? It's happening.
They ultimately lost that series, though.
Okay. Okay.
That's what's the point of that reference. I do apologise, but you know,
dream.
I was a Flipside fan. I looked at that moment and thought, I have a lot of hope here. That ended pretty quick.
Guys, I was going to scream if Falcons were to get one. One of my favourite memes relating to darts is a bunch of people throwing them directly at the wall and shouting, "One!" Didn't have the chance, though.
I'm so glad your mic cut out there.
Psycho, try again.
One!
Psycho, you require a new microphone.
Maybe a little bit too much peeking, perhaps?
A little.
I think it's more. It sounds like a walrus than a call, but it has become 4-1 here, and to me, this is one of the surprise upsets. Not the right word here, but historically, you know, you want to say in football terms, it's very rarely where you have two sides, you know, normally have it, but if this is like Man United versus Man City, this is like Man City's upsurge here, and we're seeing an old team rumble.
I just want to point out here in the Twitch chat, we have had an appearance from Cash, who has called out one of the commentators. I don't think there's any prizes for guessing who. Danny, let's have a chat, mate. What do you think he wants to talk about?
Well, if it's regarding to my previous comment, they haven't won it when he has been on the pitch. That's facts.
It's not even like that can change, so that's extra messed up to call out in the 7th qualifier.
No, I'm not calling it out. It's a fact. They have not won it without Cash being on the pitch. You want to argue with me? I've put Pierce on then, there's their actual sub in terms of the RAF.
Well, he's got himself known there, and Onza is sitting still. I think this has become less of a soccer match and more of a shouting match here in that top left chat. I've not been able to read what they have been saying, but I've definitely seen a few asterisks get shown, so definitely a few choice words.
Just ignore it at this point. At this point here, really at this point here, the conversation really at this point is that you have, in terms of the competition here, the RAF still in it. They're in the upper final. They don't really need to worry too much. And at this point here, they're what Boost Over Ball will be playing the winner. Likelihood is at this point is Omnia. Frankly, here, it's more the case of who does the RAF want to play here in the grand final. Because as much as Omnia's playing against the side here, Boost Over the Ball still has been the favourites.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you in those instances. That is certainly the case. And here in that lower finals, I don't actually think Omnia have put themselves in the best position, because you want to have that warm-up. You want to be prepared for what is guaranteed to be a really scary matchup for you. I mean, we saw what they have been capable of in this qualifier so far, and the qualifier beforehand, that boost over ball side waiting in lowers, and that is really going to be a point of concern for Omnia, because this has not been the warm-up they've wanted.
Look at this sort of, sorry for butting in there, Psycho. It's more the case of these are the type of matchups you have to keep your calm and cool down. They were beaten really by the first game. That does happen. It's a long qualifier. Sometimes it does happen. Question is, how do you bounce back from it?
Yeah.
Dude,
So scoreline's done and dusted, settled in stone. It's 3-0 to Omnia. There's absolutely no shadow of a doubt that they were the superior team. As you said, Danny, game 1 was where the series ended for them. That's where it capitulated completely and utterly. 7-0 is a huge statement in regulation to make, and the one that was given the other direction, more of a consolidation. But moving forwards, Omnia look incredibly sharp. I'm not sure they let their foot off the gas the entire time. And you knew that it really, really stuck with their opposition. And moving forwards, that's going to be a hard thing to sort of come away from. But honestly, if there's anything that we know about these players, it's that they are absolutely dedicated to the cause, to their own improvement, and to their sort of futures within the BFBS Pro League. It's such a huge opportunity for them. So you would expect them to bounce back very, very quickly.
Well, certainly so here. We do know the result of it. We do then know the potential grand finalists. It will be the RAF. We know that for guarantees. Question at this point then, is it the well, boost over ball, or essentially Omnia to have that honor in that best of 7? We're going to take a quick break here and get things underway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the BFBS Pro League. It is the lower final of Qualifier 7. We've had sweeps, series that has gone the distance, and we have had a few tussles of the competitive locking of the horn. But the question of who will reach the RAF in the main event, so to speak, in the grand final. But Pegasus, we do have Amia, who did come from, of course, our previous series, Boost over Ball, has literally reached this point here numerous of times. It's a question on which way is this going to go. So I'll just go with straight of a question. Who wins it, first of all?
I think I'm going to go for Boost over Ball. They're going to be earning that rematch against the RAF Storm Shadows, not just within this qualifier, but extending from the last one as well. They'll be looking for that bit of revenge in grounds where it's all reset. And I think I've just got to favour themselves there. And I don't think Omnia as well really had the high level experience that they were expecting within Pro League context in that last series.
Well, certainly so. It has its own interesting twists and turns at this point. But Tycho, where does Omnia go from here? Normally finishes third place here. This is usually the stop at the line sort of situation. What is this sort of point in time here? What do we expect from them here?
Well, I think courtesy of that last series, they're going to be feeling quite optimistic about their play, it's fair to say. They put in a fantastic performance and left absolutely no cracks, no gaps to be exploited. It was very much just leading the charge, and we haven't really seen them falter too much. Boost over Ball, however, we know they're going to be contenders. We know that they're going to bring this to Omnia with absolute confidence themselves. So I want to see how Omnia really deal with a losing situation, a losing position even if it's just trailing by 1 or 2 goals. I think that dynamic would be really interesting to watch. And I think only then can I make a real judgment on which of these sides truly has an advantage, Danny.
Well, certainly so here. But at this sort of point in time here, it is the lower final. It's the question of what does happen next year. So, Pegasus, give us a name.
Boost over Ball. Bob, said it before, I'll say it again. They're the favourite team in this matchup. On recent form, extending over weeks now, I just don't see that coming to an end.
Well, Boost over Ball, I would suggest, is the favourite. Psycho, is it yours?
It is for me too. I think earlier their performances gave reason for me to absolutely believe. Omnia, I still have some question marks about, so Boost over Ball for me.
Fair enough at this point, and I think a player had a small whoopsie there, but it's not going to be. Hopefully for their case, they do have a best of 5 here in the slower final.
Questions looking to be answered. Previous grand finalists, previous champions on the side of Boost over Ball looking to return to that point. It's a quick start from Omnia. We spoke about their confidence. We questioned whether that would be too heavy of a case for them and that would allow Boost over Ball to make up for their negligence. Instead, it's Boost over Ball that have been forced to respond.
Well, the response is, or the question at this point here, Boost over the Ball didn't really have much of a response against the RAFs or roster lineup at this point in time. You got to the situation, but frankly, you know, Omnia, they were in a bit of a battle, but dominated throughout here. So really, Boost over the Ball had that sort of cooling effect somewhat. It's more the case of how long does it take them to get restarted, but this should be arguably the closest matches on the docket here.
And E04 bumped his teammate into that block. I must say, that one landed rather fortunately in the favour of Omnia. Zatic has a lot of work to do on his own first. That one goes high. If he can get a soft touch, this would be a lovely play to continue. Instead, taken over here by that second man, Cosmo, who certain casters said was that start man heading into today. Going to be looking to prove that point yet again to make it to grands. Josh with the 50, Boost over Ball. Looking to lock down of their defenses, but a 0 boost Minty is just too much to stop. Perfectly placed on E04, and Omnia looking to run away with a double lead.
That's a gorgeous drop-down touch. That must have been called well in advance, and it was an obvious path for a second goal. That midfield territory completely wide open as 2 of those defenders caught on their near side backboard, and a little bit of mispositioning there for Boost over Ball.
And back into this third, we've seen Boost over Ball tread water, but they haven't been able to make a splash till Zatic coursed his way through. There was a defender waiting there on the goal line. It looked like at a very final second he could get a clearance, but it was a job made exceedingly difficult there by that initial backflip. Mechanical errors creeping their way into the game. That's not what you want to see in the lower finals.
Well, it might be sort of the unfortunate bit of the lower final, but at this sort of point in time here, it's more the case of what they can do from it. And at this sort of situation here, Boost over the Ball, they've got the 1 goal. Yes, they may be trailing down onto it. It's somehow hard to bounce from it.
On the Saints, that right wall, you saw the quick follow-up there, but Cosmo was able to send it long. Zatic couldn't get his touch, but the second man waiting so tight. It's left the third man, though, on an island. Josh looking awkward at this point, but still unrelenting towards the ball. Doesn't allow himself to have a single tap on break, and that momentum he's been able to hold is what's created this attack in the first place. Minty has to make that read of the backboard. That could be costly, but E04 in the goal line gets that initial save. The follow-up as well of Josh, and Boost over Ball so close to finding that equaliser, but Omnia have been able to hold them off. Zatic looks to reignite the attack. Omnia pinch it back on over, and Josh back off the corner again, looking to pick up where they left off.
Zatic, it's a missed touch there, but he's still come away with possession as he scarpers to look for a bump on Minty. Josh back inside off the ceiling, drops down pretty ominously in front of that orange net. Now Zatic to pick this one up. Plenty of space for the solo air dribble, and 1 defender left to beat. Opts for the pass. Cannot find the bump neither. Was that the right decision? I'm not so sure, Danny.
Well, you're sort of talking about that sort of decision, whether it's right or wrong or not. It doesn't really matter for both sides. It's not a question about not conceding at this point. It's sort of poised in that sort of situation of just sort of get the game down and settled here. Make sure your pace, your decision making, everything's right. So 1 or 2 misses, as long as you don't concede from it in the grand scheme of things, isn't the worst of problems.
And there were some crucial misses there in the midfield that looked to open up extra space there for Omnia. The Final man was able to hold himself well, and that's something that we saw from Boost Over Ball in their upper series, although, of course, they couldn't find the full distance in that specific matchup. But I didn't want to give this shot too much credit, because it looked like it was straight at the two defenders of Boost Over Ball, but both of them on 0 boost. And coming off that backboard, seemingly too awkward for them. It was a decent shot selection there from Hammer Saint, sending it off the floor, but either way, does leave you begging for more.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen two defenders clambering up on that backboard and leaving that wide open gap infield, and they're struggling to sort themselves out at the back. We've said that before earlier today, and those woes repeating again.
Back at the defense is Omnia. And it's felt like they have spent some time there in the latter half of this game, but those opportunities for Boost Over Ball not quite making full distance. Minty, typically the player to go all the way. Blocked early here by Cosmo, and that pinch out to just a sea of orange is not going to bode well. Zatig's redirect, however, certainly gives you something to get excited about as a Boost Over Ball supporter, but with 50 seconds left, those Warriors are going to creep their way back in, especially with that wasted opportunity.
Well, opportunities maybe sort of being lost in the grand scheme of things. That should be running in for particularly 4, and it will do so. I think at this sort of situation, if Boost Over Ball doesn't win the second game here, I think you have to sort of back Omnia to go into the final.
Absolutely. Apologies, Omnia. I was not familiar with your game. I was saying that last one was, unfortunately, a bit of a discredit to their opponents, but Omnia very much showing here that they do have that power behind them. They do have that overall mechanical excellence, and efficiency has definitely been the name of the day. It's been the name of this series as well, for a match where Boost Over Ball, it's felt like, have had actually quite a fair bit of pressure themselves.
Plenty of pressure, but it's just such a high line that they can't actually strike on the attack with that third man. When the shot does present itself, they're often finding themselves backtracking, heading back to the defense at some moments. And I just think for Omnia, they've exploited that infield so well. And for Boost Over Ball, they're just going to be looking back at this game thinking, well, that one was open, that one was open, and that one was open. That game could have been a completely different story.
Well, it may be in the case of sort of a different story, though, Psycho. But, you know, how many times have we seen sort of tonight alone, Omnia just outright dominating a matchup here? Yes, Boost Over Ball, as said in the opening, do have that sort of delay in terms of we're waiting for about an hour and a bit, give or take. How you spend that time, that's up to the teams individually. You don't need to worry about that, and by the gameplay hasn't shown to falter in any shape or form here.
Yeah, it was a really tough game to open up there for Boost Over Ball, because while the chances were there, as Psycho said, that third man positioning has been a huge issue. People underestimate how much of an offensive importance that position has. You think because it's just closer to your own goal, surely that means you're the most offensive, you don't have to worry about that offense. But actually, those loose balls come out, you're the player with the most space on the pitch. That's where you've really got to assess your options in front of you, whether that is that incisive pass that we've seen from the likes of Falcons earlier today, well, in the upper bracket, or just going straight up for those shots or those pickups that plays certainly like Minty on the side of Omnia are capable of. But you just need to see that script flipped and Boost Over Ball be able to show themselves like they have done previously, but just not in those 5 minutes.
And I think as well, to Danny's point, that was absolute domination from Omnia in the grand scheme of things, because they didn't really put too many feet wrong. Boost Over Ball, however, mistakes crept through in that game one. Could be telling us some of the nerves on display, but regardless, they're going to have to fix it up now.
And Omnia looking to get themselves into that match point position. Reverse sweeps have not been aplenty on the BFBS broadcast. We came close in the last qualifier, but ultimately we did see a denial in that upper final. It just seems like that's been close to an impossibility for a lot of these teams. So if Boost Over Ball are to lose this game, Danny, would it be harsh to say game, set and match?
Don't think it would be. It's sort of this sort of qualifier has been the almost like the Halloween special, as Minty does wrap one on in here. It's added tricks and treats. But at some point here, you just sometimes have to tip your hat up and say, today hasn't been our day.
And it didn't look like Omnia's attack to create either. The two players on the ball were facing their own net, kind of pinching off each other off that sidewall. And somehow Minty was able to make something out of it. And it's another strength of Omnia being able to turn, well, dust to gold in certain positions, especially when you're talking about the likes of Minty. But that second and third man of the team certainly cannot be underestimated in their contributions.
Well, regardless, to reset, Zatic is going to try and take some control, but Zero Boost behind him for Cosmo is going to feed through Hammer Saints yet again on target.
Oh.
Nice tip away from Josh, and Cosmo is going to lurk downfield to try and receive that ball from Zatic as he goes forward. Nice little touch over to the backboard. It could be a potential shooting chance, but saved away by Hammers.
And it was after a missed initial opportunity there that he did get that second follow-up play again. Those recoveries being such a huge factor to Omnia's successes so far today. Here's Minty looking to recover with Zero Boost. Does land somewhat of a bump on Zatic, but able to recover in quick time. That one's off the crossbar, and it should be safe here into the corner from Cosmo. Despite that initial wobble, Omnia able to beat on that first ball. It's a redirect from Minty off the crossbar. And that one will go wide to the corners, back to stage one. But Omnia fancy themselves in every single position. Here's one where I feel like any single team in the tournament would fancy their position.
The sort of position here, you sort of just feel like it might be them running away with it, at least in terms of this matchup here. There's very few matches where you see Booster Bowl getting not necessarily steamed over here, but lost for the ideas. That first goal where they sort of forced into the 50 by the loss of the ball possession here. Suddenly now going 2-0 down here. To me, I think the evening somewhat got to them for being too long here.
Cosmo
And we spoke
to try and drag the ball away, and EO4 in the corner. Follow-up from Minty is going to be pushed infield. Josh with it all to play for by himself. Last time they were in this situation, they all pushed forward, the three of them, to that halfway point and exposed that open net, but they have found a bit of resilience in the press coming forwards.
And on paper, this should be a close series like the one we saw before, but I must say this qualifier has been full of surprises when it has come to these one-sided scorelines. I thought that was something that we were going to tuck in bed at the end of day one last night, but here in the second, Omnia looking to bring it back onto our screens, albeit a 2-0 deficit with half a game still to go. Certainly within the range of boost over ball, but that is if their gameplay picks up. There's no real signs of that happening yet. Instead, looks more likely that Omnia might just extend the scoreline, and that was one of those chances to do so.
Well, the chances were there, but sort of the question of sort of slotting them home when they do present themselves. That's sort of been the theme of today here. That's at least a decent save here, but again, it's a side that's sort of 2-0 up, 1-0 up in the series, so for them, it's really nothing here. And when nothing happens at the day here, at what point do you sort of sit here and just go, what's next? Because that just seems to be, how can I say, Omni seems to be the kryptonite to so many teams this evening.
They really do seem so, and I must say, their defense has been impeccable in these past couple of minutes. I feel like a lot of the credits to them has been that offensive pressure where the likes of Minty are able to land. But the only reason they can say they've got to that 3-goal difference is from the lack of goals conceded as well. It puts them onto such fantastic points. Boost over ball must be frustrated to have to play a series like this where at times it just feels like perfection isn't even enough to bake Omnia.
And their press downfield is so secure. They always have the numbers to continue a charge, and as boost over ball struggle to come out of their defense, they're often just doing it central, back straight to the midfield to that first man from Omnia, and it's spelt disaster on many an occasion. It's just one of those things that they have to bear in mind as Minty going to need to try and do a little bit more here, but Hammer Saints to bail him out.
And Hammer will continue to chase, does get that bump on Josh, wants for Donkey as well to follow up, and it's just that hunger that Omnia play with as well. I just see them being an absolute dog, both on and off the ball, and I feel like it's that off the ball impact that really differentiates the top players in the Pro League and in the traditional pro game as well, and those, let's say, more outside on the bubble or even a little bit lower down in the Pro League if we want to remain in the context, and so far Omnia have all of that.
Certainly do, and that's sort of the joys of it. You have that sort of wide spectrum from anything from the goal 3 to your high SSLs, but at this sort of chip time here, it doesn't really matter what rank you are when you aren't able to stop. There seems to be the Omnia force on it. 2-0 And you know what here, let's sort of take the game here, and Booster Ball probably just wants to, if they have the fight on, want to continue on, wouldn't blame them, would love to see it. But they haven't offered enough, same like the way we've seen from previous oppositions, where it just feels like it's more of a whimper than a bang here.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as we do want to credit Omnia as that clearly better side in the form they have been on, I'm not saying that that's something we should take away from them whatsoever, but this is definitely not the best version of the Boost over Ball we have seen so far. They do look a little bit jittery at times. There's certain decisions that you would never see them make before. When I'm talking about that off the ball presence, that was all Boost over Ball. In the last qualifier, they were easily the best team in the qualifier for it. And that's just simply not remained here. It feels, I don't want to say selfish play, but definitely in the sense that they don't want to be the ones to take themselves out of position, make that mistake, have that little bit of confidence and initiative.
Okay,
Ooh.
so I've just heard a little word from the producer Jake behind the scenes. I do believe there's a 3-minute ask from the side of Boost over Ball, and I believe we're absolutely entitled to give them that, and maybe that time could
Wow.
afford them a little bit of a reset in terms of the mental game as well. So looking forwards to what could be of this series. Boost over Ball, I'm sure, are going to try and approach this as sharply as they can. We saw the sort of capitulations that can occur with heavy deficits and heavy score lines to overcome in the likes of the previous series. And I think for everyone involved, we just hope that this series turns out to be a little tighter.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out in my own head here what makes sense here. Is, you know, traditionally by RLCS rules, it's usually about a minute. 3 minutes is a lot of time to get sort of your act together. And it's the first time I think in any of the qualifiers I've even heard that be called for. So it just shows you how well versed sometimes the rules are, and it's good to see the players are well versed into that regard. Question is how long and what do you need and what do you discuss at somewhat point here? The bit we'll clip to you is because is what have they spotted? Because we haven't seen anything that seems to be a foothold in terms of a solution to this.
It has been, I must say, one of the toughest games to give critiques on, because overall it has been rather lethargic. I said flat-footed before. This time it just feels like they're dragging their feet across the ground throughout the entirety of those first 2 games, and a 3-minute timeout as well. I need to bring this question on to you guys, because like you said, typically it's 1 minute extra. Is there a point where that's a little bit too much and you start to get further in your head? Because now that's one of my added concerns for this follow-up game, especially when you're already in a must-reverse sweep situation. I just feel like that's a lot. Psycho?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was waiting, but I do think that 3 minutes is lucrative. It's to a team that's down and behind, they kind of want more time. They want to disrupt the momentum from their opposition. It's not the case of let's just try and talk this over for as long as possible, but also let's make it difficult for our opposition as well. And it might just be the case of a simple toilet break or something like that that's necessary. We have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, of course, but Boost over Ball and Omnia at the moment are in a situation where it's very one-sided. And of course, any disruptions are going to be taken by the unlikely underdogs.
Yeah, like I'm just sort of sitting here trying to work out in terms of, from what I saw, there was no ping issue, none of that there. So I'm trying to sort of naturally work out here, are you looking at technical side, or are you looking at, mental side, or is, maybe a bit of relief of it. Whatever it is, Pegasus, is that right? It's the first time it's ever been done, so a bit of history in that regard. Question is how effective is now RLCS wise, what's about 60% give or take. Usually the side that calls it wins that game and then goes on, whether the saves or not. I don't have that number at the top of my head, but can they at least get a game on the board? That's what they need here.
Well, starting things off, it will be Josh with the offense and a double commit coming from Omnia, but again, it just feels like they're able to recover themselves. Individual play from Hammer Saints, and it looks like we're back to regular viewing. This one, however, certainly R-rated. That's disgusting from Hammer Saints.
It's a really smooth little shimmy that takes you back to the good old days where he had all of that space to play with. He didn't play it high, he didn't rush his decision making, he kept it firm underneath his grasp and made those defenders squirm.
Absolutely, and that's not going to bode well for the team that has just come off the back of that timeout as well. Danny was talking about potential mental resets, just something needed to be there, and I feel like that first goal, especially after a timeout, can be so crucial. I feel like the only way it's nullified if you get that follow-up goal within the next 30 seconds, and they should have. But it's a crossbar here. Zatic having to turn around on it. He's demoed out the play, and well, a position that should have been 99% found the one, and Minty has found the counter as well.
Just the worst sort of response really from a timeout, and by the looks of it was a double commit as well from the two back lines. So to me, that's just the communication gone as well too, and to some extent here, was it too long of a timeout where the fact is it sort of takes you out of your own stride?
Absolutely, and Omnia returning to that grand final spot. Should this pressure continue, Boost over ball look to disrupt it, but again, awkwardly off the crossbar, a counter-attack flies on in. Joss is just about able to tip that one to the corner, and Omnia already look like they're hunting for their third shot on. Woodwork again sees itself involved. This time, Boost over ball can say that it is going to be to their credit. That's a triple commit coming from Omnia, and you've got to find something out of this chance. But no matter how much space you give them, it feels like Omnia recover in quick time, and Boost over ball give them all the time in the world to do so.
It's a masterclass from Omnia so far. They have just persevered off the back of that time, and they've completely taken the game into their own grasp, and Boost over ball are struggling to connect and make those shots, make those passes, even just to stretch out the defense at the moment as one player is beaten, and Zatic with one final pocket of space left to exploit in the net, and couldn't find either side of it.
Omnia third, EO4 looking to try and take some space forward, wanted that one to drop down, but Boost over ball not allow it in this occasion. We need something huge out of Zatic. Could this be the play off the backboard, covered well by Omnia? And it's so hard to find these little pockets of space because frankly, Omnia are really not showing it for them, especially when you get deep into the play and they've got all three of those players just happy to sit back and defend in the offense. However, certainly no slouches. Again, we look to see Hammer Saints add to his tally. Instead, it's going to be Minty bumped off the ball. Hammer Saints with a bit of a desperation touch to keep himself going, but it's turned something special as Boost over ball completely overthink the position.
I think at this sort of point here, we can sort of say game, set, a match. Very few teams mentally strong enough to come back somewhat 2-0 from a series normally. Timeout plus this and 3-0 down with half a game left. It would be, don't get me wrong, one of the best comeback individually that we could possibly see. But you have to be realistic in the situation here. But from both sides of it is, these are top 8s. These are the ones that will meet in September in the LAN itself here. To me here, sometimes you just, I'm saying physically speaking here, but mentally put the controller down and go, well, this game is over.
Absolutely, and you say that just as that fourth goal goes in as well, just to cement your points, hammer it if you will. And if we do look ahead to that grand finals, which we are extremely confident is going to be the Storm Shadows versus Omnia, Psycho, does this look like an Omnia team that could grab their first championship against, of course, a Storm Shadows team with cash on the roster?
I mean, I'm always very skeptical until I get proven otherwise, and unfortunately RAF Storm Shadows are just too big of a beast to be felled, in my opinion, regardless of Omnia's current form. And if they can prove me otherwise, I'd love to see it, and thankfully I think we will do today, as Josh is just going to absolutely hoof that ball downfield as they're really playing about to do anything to almost buy time off the clock with this defeat. It's going to be 5 to Hammer Saints, 4 goals to his own name as well. And I think all of us on the desk pretty much were alluding to the fact we expected Boost over ball to be winners in this matchup. We thought they were, you know, slight favourites coming into this match, albeit a hard one to call. Unbelievable performance from Omnia.
And that's 2 series in a row where they've done that with we've called it equal between the two sides or just gone completely against them. In this case, they've been the team to prove people wrong, and you've made those shouts, of course, for the Storm Shadows in the grand finals to take it home. And of course, I do not blame you, but at the same time, I wouldn't have blamed you for going against them for the last 2 series. This is what Omnia is about. They've got that fire lit underneath them. They want that first championship, and I spoke about them being off the ball, seeming hungry with every single attempt they throw towards it. And well, maybe it's that grand finals that will certainly quench their thirst.
Well, it's sort of that sort of fire under the belly sort of type things. When you have never won anything before, you have that sort of sense of desire and that sort of sense of, you know, not really describe it, sort of sense of a feeling where you want to have it more than anything else here. Booster of the ball, to some extent, don't have it. It's more the case of getting that sort of feeling back again and rinse and repeat here. Not necessarily the worst problem to have since they've already done it before. To sit here and say that they've done the best they can here, Booster with the ball, I think it's just one of those ones here they've just played against a side here who just is that little bit more hungrier tonight.
Ultimately, it's about that seeding. It's about that LAN at the end of the day. These are called qualifiers for a reason. We're looking forward to that main event to see where these teams truly will place, because as much as the league table and auto qualification can certainly have a play on the mind, that all resets when it comes to the main event, where we will see every single team look to play at their full potential. Omnia will be in amongst that ranks. Will it be with a championship under their belts? Well, that is still to be decided.
Well, it's certainly so here, but the question on really is RAF Storm Shadows versus Omnia, the matchup we've somewhat seen before. It's the question on what does happen in that sort of environment. But Psycho Booster Ball, normally a quite a strong side. We normally don't see them falter. This is the sort of the first hiccup, but rather here than in September.
Absolutely. And this is the time and a place to learn. And if they wanted to reflect back on maybe even just the first or the second game of the series that they've conceded here today, I think they would learn an immeasurable amount, especially when it comes to their shape and their structure together. And I know that I think this is a relatively new team, we could say, coming into the BFBS Pro League. Of course, we have veterans amongst us who have been maybe competing amongst their peers for years and years on end as part of the likes of the RAF communities. And of course, this is a fresher side, so they have room to grow and develop from there.
Certainly so here, but there is really nothing to somewhat say based on what is left other than sit here and say the grand final is up next here. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the BFBS Esports Pro League itself. It is Qualifier 7, the grand final here. And you know what? I've got an interesting sort of matchup here. The third place curse to somewhat has been broken. It's more the case on can we go one step further and reach a grand final. They have done that. They've been somewhat fluttering around here. It's can they beat a behemoth, it seems, in Pegasus. It's the RAF versus Omnia. Where do you want to start with this conversation?
First of all, we've just got to talk about the absolute tear that Omnia have been on so far. I mean, so easy to go against them in the last two series if you're looking at them on paper alone, whether that's been their performances in the last few qualifiers. Of course, there was that bit of a hiccup when it came to keeping those core players together in the last qualifier, or their trip up, frankly, against Boost Over Ball in the upper semi-finals where they got swept, by the way. This team with a fire beneath them look close to unstoppable, but whether that's RAF Storm Shadow with Cash unstoppable, am I really going to throw another doubt to Omnia? I feel like I might.
Well, you're sort of sitting there talking about doubt-wise of it. The first time we've seen Cash was back in our Qualifier 3 when it was a quite literally a clean sweep here. The next RAF final itself was also a Cash, did win it there, then reached the last qualifier recently there without Cash and went to the distant, I believe, Pegasus, you were there for that. What was the scoreline for it?
Are we talking about that last qualifier, that last insane Game 7? It went, I believe, to an overtime. I can't remember the exact results of that Game 7, but my goodness, it felt like we were getting an OT every single game, some of which doubling the initial game time as well. Storm Shadows definitely know how to fight. They know how to provide entertainment as well. And when you're in a game of who's going to be the last one to crack, it's very rarely Storm Shadows. And in all fairness, it was Pierce who I called the MVP of that grand final, despite him being on that losing side. He's going to be absent in today's roster, but I guess Cash isn't too bad of a replacement.
Certainly not here in Sego. It is a full lineup of the RAF at its full strength of it. The question is, what are the chances of Omnia? Because if you use the phrase a betting man here, I don't think many sides or people would go against them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think it's sort of third time's the charm on the desk for me, but against Omnia, which seems incredibly cruel. But I just think the Storm Shadows are just a pinch above them at the moment. And, you know, I still think Omnia are more than capable of getting a couple games on the board. This is a best of 7, though. And obviously, experience comes such a long way, and individual capabilities, such as what we know from RF Storm Shadows, are just above that of all others. I think it's that simple, Danny.
Well, it may be that simple, but what has changed, it's no longer best of 5. We did have best of 3 in J1, but for the match, the grand final, it's best of 7. Take it away, Peg.
Experience favouring the Storm Shadows, both in player name and, of course, the team itself. A championship already landed multiple times here in the BFBS Pro League's debut season. Omnia, however, looking to make late waves just before we reach that land period. Cedric, though, starts off here with a demo, letting the opponents know he's there. Cash on possession as well. Always a fearful sight. They are yet to even drop a single game in today's series. Will that start in the grand finals, or will it be like that early showing from RAF Storm Shadows with Cash?
Hammers to try and maintain the pace, but Cedric is already on the flanks to provide a play into the midfield. Cash was not prepared, but he is for this double touch across to the backboard, and Envy's going to be there to sweep up. 1 goal to Storm Shadows.
The consistent poacher, right place, right time. It'd be quite a long middle name, but I tell you what, if Envy had one, I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Omnia already put onto the back foot. And it isn't just about that goal. It wasn't about that inside opportunity. It was a build-up of play before. But a quick response will immediately reset the mind. Both teams, you can say, have warmed up into it with the first goal. I always find that initial drought crucial to end. The grand finals has truly begun.
Certainly has. And it's really somewhat where Tess is off it for Omnia themselves, who they'll be looking at sort of this matchup and licking their lips here because it gives them a chance to sort of test themselves truly here.
It will be one touch right over here, and Hammers has done enough to stifle the RAF attempt first time around, but do you know what is nice for a final? Normally we have cagey affair. Both sides have seen the net once before, scored it. But they've settled down here. There should be no excuses.
So disciplined from Omnia. Beautiful play out the back as they just pushed it across to the side, kept it to safety and maintained their presence. And that is a banger to slot in a second.
I called them dogs before in previous games for the way they play. He was like a chihuahua bearer, hot on his ankles. You thought you'd escaped. You can hear that barking come across. Omnia with that second goal, and it is hard to see against them when they are playing like that, so chock full to the brim of confidence. It doesn't matter the nameplates ahead of them. They'll treat them all the same. Hammers off that back wall, easier fought with the job to try and maintain that pressure. Hammers is going to be the one to continue it, and it's a very rare triple commit from the Storm Shadows, Danny.
Well, for this, at least this evening, it has spent. Well, I'm sort of laughing away here, sort of going Chihuahua. I couldn't think of a more less threatening dog you could possibly have here, but where that question is the bark louder than the bite, or is it worse? Either way of it, you have to give credit here. Now, for Omnia's sake of it, teams would be guilty of dropping back, trying to hold a 2-1 sort of situation here. They've done the opposite of it. They've brought the game to the RAF.
Cash up, backboard clear, flip reset will be his chosen choice. Second man couldn't reach it. Third overcommitted as well. A big opportunity for Omnia. Goes for that inside pass instead. Both players on 0 boost. The more defensive man with just that extra bit of momentum. It's why it's crucial. You've got to make sure that accelerator is pressed down. And you cannot tap that brake. It's the finest of pixels, the finest decisions, inputs to make the difference in the grand finals. So far that's favoured Omnia, and this chance, however, will keep it close for the Shadows.
It could have been 3 or 4 goals to the good for the blue side, and they're still ramping up the pressure, and Hammers Saints just at this halfway point has to fall back a little, and Cash is being made to strain even for a secondary touch. Momentum so far in favour of this Omnia side at the moment. You have to favour them to see it out.
Back on, looking for that open space, the Storm Shadows, and we've seen them here time and time again, and it is that man in current spectator view, Cedric, who's usually the one to make the difference, get that final touch at the back of the net. This time it's an assist he's looking to provide. Cash on for the dunk, that 50 vote not landing in favour. The follow-up was brave as well. It had to be taken to just keep this ball moving forward, and despite being on 0 boost again, you just see that aggression from Cedric inside for Cash. Top corner, it's wide yet again for Storm Shadows, and it's going to be a desperation play off the corner that'll eventually turn over possession. Double commit, certainly cementing that point, but a miss at the front post. A demo on the back lines causes chaos on our opening game of the grand finals.
Chaos in the grand finals. Well, you want to see a bit of it, but not too much of it, because you want to have a sort of sense of predictability by both sides. Ability to somewhat sort of settle in, truly read, move, and have the sort of sense of what each other. And essentially, EO4 has hammered one in there, and I don't think there was much that the defence could do about it.
That's devastating. And I feel like we can all think of a time where we have been in that position. But that was not in a grand finals. This time it is for the Storm Shadows defender. And just when they were starting to pick up that extra bit of pace, yes, yet again, theme of the day, maybe the efficiency wasn't quite there. But they had those steps forward. And now with 20 seconds left, even Storm Shadows, you throw in those struggles. That's not enough power there off the corner from Cash. It was an ambitious opportunity. This is a lovely passing play from Omnia to end us off. The cherry on top, Omnia are fully baked and prepared.
What a little touch from Hammers. Cancelled his flip, struck it with his belly, found the top corner, and somehow Omnia are giving me a reason to believe. And Danny was talking about the hunger and the will to just win on the day, and how Omnia might just be that team. on the day, it seems they could go even further than we expected the third time around.
And it's back to the garage.
That's your ending. Omnia make it 4, and Danny, what is he like to say here, my friend?
I'm sorry, but that's probably the best goal of the night so far in terms of this qualifier. The way it's worked, the way it's been brought across here, and the fact you had 2 defenders didn't know which way to go. You put your opposition in a position where you have to them to make that decision. How good or how well are you willing to respond under pressure? Well, I didn't respond that time around. Yes, it's one game. It's not too much to worry about best of 7. This is essentially a game that you can throw away here. And as much as I've used this as a reason or excuse for Omnia, RAF will have the same one here, is that they've been the side that has the weight here. Rightly, this is a best of 7, gives them that time to see what Omnia's made of.
And they're made of pure determination and will. My goodness, an early exit into that lower bracket in sweeping fashion as well. Bruised, battered, and they'll just get right on up again. And here in the grand finals versus Storm Shadows, they really haven't faced much of a battering. I mean, that final goal, calling that goal of the day, do I think that's ambitious? We've seen some tight double taps. We've seen some excellent individual plays from the midfield. Of course, I agree with you guys. That was incredible. It had that little bit of everything, the team play, the mechanical presence, just the creativity as well for that pre-jump to finish it all off. You couldn't ask for better out of it. And Storm Shadows, against an Omnia team of this form, really have their work cut out for them.
Game 2 on Champions Field. This Omnia side are very, very used to being in the driver's seat of late. And we just hope for their sake that momentum can continue. We haven't seen what they've been like when they really struggle early on, and this could be a taste of it.
Absolutely. Envy with that opening goal. And I've called him one of the most efficient goal scorers in the league. That was a title I gave him in the last qualifier. I was even generous enough to specify top 3. That's the kind of player you need to step up in a match like this, especially when you've had your chances. That first game certainly showed it, but Omnia, on the other hand, typically take them. That being said, a double crossbar hit. It somehow stays in the area. And I am left baffled as to how that was the case. I guess on that first ball, all 3 players jumped and no one wanted to take that follow-up responsibility.
So I'll hold my hands up, even I'm confused by that. It's one of those situations here. I can understand why you jump as a defender, but to lay that ball back off and for the communications by, of course, Omnia, you have to give credit for both sides in terms of what they're trying to achieve here. But it's, to me here, this is now a game of a grand final. What can you do? And if so, can I do it better? It's tit for tat here. So, you know what here? You said it's going to be crazy. I don't think it's crazy. It's deliberate.
We like that bit of chaos as well. We love a close affair, and it has still maintained a very high skill attention around it. It's not like we're just seeing them flop all over the place. Open nets, granted galore. They've still had to work to cause these awkward positions where those mistakes will come out. Envy, however, made the most of that touch where he could have very easily given that one away. The touch there from Hammers as well in the own corner, but heavy on requires that fast second challenge, and it's brisk here from Storm Shadows. What a dunk from that Omnia player. I do not understand the bravery to go for that play, but my goodness, Omnia constantly with that wildcard factor.
Funny enough, that crazy pre-jump actually ruins the other pre-jump from directly behind as a third man, which was sure to have been landed. Omnia at the moment are reading Storm Shadows on every single occasion, and quite frankly, it could be 2-1 to the Blues. Cedric made a huge mistake as a third man earlier on, which went unpunished, and as they try and escape the back lines, it's just hit and hope for now.
And check the top of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 minutes past, and it's been a game chock full of action. That left me moderately surprised. So still, plenty more gameplay to go. It could open up to one side's favour, but it just does not seem like that could be the case. It's been too tight throughout. Both teams seem pretty locked into this series, and we've seen leads be diminished by either side, and still, it's not been a factor to run away from either one of them. Storm Shadows as well, certainly awoken from what you could call a slightly subpar performance for their standards in the first game.
Oh, I don't think you're going to make too many friends here with a statement like that there, Pegasus. But again, you know, when you set the bar so high off it, that's unfortunately the pedestal that you've got to live off by at the same time off it. When you're in this situation, it's again where we've been saying for the entirety of this evening is what can you do and how do you do it? So far here, we've seen that, you know, decision making by both sides, and I think what Seku said himself there, one mistake at the third man but wasn't penalised.
And it's exactly that with the Storm Shadows. That pedestal is so high with them sitting first place in that league standings, having cash on the roster, having that performance that they have done today as well. Just do not expect them to falter whenever they are granted those chances. And that's what we didn't quite see in that first game. And albeit in this second one, they've certainly set themselves up. It's definitely been a bit more of a closed affair. There hasn't been many clear-cut opportunities for Omnia. Storm Shadows, however, find themselves that chance. It's going to be Cedric to get that second goal. When you need a late winner, who are you going to call? Cedric again and again and again. And that's a beautiful layoff pass there from Cash as well. I feel like we were waiting for a moment like that. Slightly open space, an infield pass to follow. And it has been the tale of the cards for a majority of our series today.
And I have to give credit to the Storm Shadows for that switch in approach. Oh. But that is all going to be put to bed pretty quickly by a Hammer Saints, who is so eager to get back on the scoring cards. And he's done well to make it 2-2.
And Envy feels like he has to jump up, make that early flick. But it gives so much opportunity there for the Omnia player just to redirect it slightly. He had all grounds covered, whether it was post or in or off the player like we saw just there. That was a guaranteed equaliser, and just the Storm Shadows had worked so hard to get themselves that second goal, that lead, what they likely thought was the game winner. Now you see Hammer Saints with a flip reset, a second follow-up in the corner, Minty with options inside, and all of a sudden, Storm Shadows have to play that perfect Rocket League again.
Well, they may actually go for more of the disruptor roll off it there. If you didn't notice, Cedric for the last 12-15 seconds when the ball was firmly planted in Omnia's half, went for the demo, moved across here. So hence they're essentially saying, you know what, we'll disrupt you as much as we can get things building up again. And that's the first shot that's actually going wide by the RAF in terms of that long distance snipe they've made almost essentially as their tool to get a freebie when Omnia's been packing.
And Cedric has been that player typically to change his play style, to be more disrupted, to stay higher on the play, to sit deeper back. He's one of the most flexible players in the Pro League. And hold on a minute, shot here from Omnia. That should be an easy save from Cedric. But with some of the loose balls we've seen today, you can never be too careful. Over time, that case certainly remains. Storm Shadows, though, off to a flying start with that first aerial, blocked off quick. And it feels like the action never halted.
Now Omnia are going to need a bit of disruption themselves, as there's 3 orange players at the back lines and all 3 of them free to do as they please. And Hammer Saints is going to afford his team a little breath of fresh air at the side of the field. Almost went wrong though as EO4 passes it off to Minty, down across the field, and Cash is going to control this all the way.
Alarm bells ringing, but those 50s landed beautifully from Hammer Saint. Minty wanted the inside pass and get a touch. That's ended up conceding possession to the Storm Shadows. It's not the pass in the fashion he would have liked, so it's going to be Cedric in this corner, likely to see a follow-up flick. It's just one to create that bit of pressure. He was never going to get a touch on that ball. But certainly no indecision on the side of Storm Shadows. If they see a ball they want to go for, they're not going to think twice about it. Whether that's always the correct decision is left to be bargained for. But EO4 for that double tap to end the game. Defended off that backboard. Omnia though keep that flowing. Minty off the ceiling. Someone's going to be there a second, but they are deep set on that halfway line. Not looking to throw this one away in a silly fashion.
Well, this is one of those situations here where both sides have made sort of 1 or 2 glints and sort of obvious errors, but it's the situation of a grand final that makes the some of the best players in the world, sometimes the best players in the competition, look a tad bit foolish, but understandably so here. But 2 minutes essentially in OT gone by here, and another one off the woodwork here. Omnia's got to be too careful of the The fact is they're being applied the pressure on it, and that's a 2v1 here. Eventually put on home.
And Minty's credited just shy of the 2nd minute mark in overtime. Did Omnia finally find that opening? And you wouldn't expect that to be the position. 2 Storm Shadows players, you assumed covering that space. But we spoke about indecisiveness not being in the blood of the Storm Shadows. But with that positioning, their cards were forced.
I'm trying to work out actually where the players went, Pegasus, in the first place, because team just Cedric back there and one player trying to chase back, trying to cover that position. Unless there was a breakdown in communication, I don't understand why. I actually need to actually check it back. But Psycho, in terms of the gameplay itself here, the RAF was actually on top for the majority of that match there.
You know what? I'm keen to almost disagree with that statement, because as much as downfield they had a lot of presence and they made sure that they changed their tone towards something that was a bit more disruptive of the Omnia defense, they really struggled to find much of a rhythm, especially at the back. We saw diving challenges that almost ended in disaster for the Storm Shadows on many an occasion. I'd reference Cedric as getting away with one early on, but Envy ultimately at the end with a huge dive, and that was after a double commit for that ball that struck the post. So for me, RAF Storm Shadows have a lot of mistakes in their play, and honestly, that can just set the tone. And at the moment, Omnia have an advantage they want to keep.
We spoke about the unlikely nature of a reverse sweep, and that was within the context of a best of 5. How about a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen? Omnia, if they grab one more victory, that is the pressure they are going to be inflicting on the Storm Shadows. And just what a performance we have seen so far from Omnia, Danny. Of course, mistakes have crept through here from Storm Shadows, which could, I guess you could say, given some of these games away. But you've got to credit them for taking it.
Certainly so there, and you just have to look at that sort of situation. Perhaps maybe the situation's got to the RAF too. 2 chances to bury that one home. Third one obviously closed down by the time the defenders get back into it. So the questions at that point, as much as still coach himself been there, works with the likes of Kaiser Terms. That one's a straight in goal, and now when I get a chance to finish the point.
Where did this come from? Out from deep, sent by Minty. A bump there from Envy on Hammer Saints. And he thought the job was done. He thought the main danger man had been cleared, but E04. How dare he sit that high on the play? Yet he will come out on top. Astonishing from Omnia.
And 2 players committed up for that redirect. Only one of them needed to land it. And it kept the RAF Storm Shadows guessing. That is for sure. And 1-0 is the state of affairs at the moment. Envy's going to try and control this all the way. Catches a reset, but it's going to be easily shuffled away into the corner. That's what Omnia have been using as their safety net in times of need. Just push it to the side, push it to the corner, and it's been working a charm for them.
It's a nice sidewall pass, and that's going to come off another surface as well. The corner gets involved, but a block from Minty will put the favour back into Hammers. E04 again! The audacity!
Just slices that one right through, and the defender, he's actually got a touch on it. That's how unfortunate it is in that sort of sense of the thing of it. Ball's been played in perfectly in terms of the strike, and you have to get that ball away in terms of safety at the same time, because you have that sense of the third man rotating right through, because that offensive cycle somewhat alluded to, talked about in terms of not being as solid. That's where it comes from, the problem.
And Minty not over with this yet. Looks to make it through with that shot from Hammer Saints. And that 2-time goal scorer will be looking for a hat-trick in the grand finals. That shot's going to be on target. Shouldn't challenge for the goalkeeper too much. And Cash, well, fairness, has done well to drop that one down for that second touch, but still a dire state. You don't want to be forced to make decisions like that. Envy will call that one a fake in his own regards. The third man of Storm Shadows will take control, and that's Cash to sneak one under. They need to half this score sheet, and they have to do it soon, because if you allow Omnia to have this kind of momentum, you're going to be in a sticky spot. A third goal should have been scored there from Minty, but Storm Shadows do stay somewhat further in this.
Minty across the field and Hammer's Saints to follow through. So often has been that catalyst lurking in the midfield to strike, as has EO4 with some of those redirects we've seen. Minty tries to throw across, and that's a deep commit from Hammer's Saints. It's going to be punished, and RAF Storm Shadows are going to find a first.
The first real mistake of Omnia defensively. It's been solidity throughout. But if you're going to make the finest of space there for Storm Shadows to interpret, they're going to take it almost every single time. I would say that's typically the case if they're back on form. But you can see chances like that. That's not been the tale of the cards today. Storm Shadow blocked off yet again. You'd be calling for equalisers. You would call for Omnia being 4 goals up, frankly. But this is why Rocket League is played on the pitch. This is the effects a grand final can have on a team, whether it's the hunger to do it again or for the very first time. Omnia are certainly looking for the latter.
And some maybe even just looking at towards legs of revenge here. That's been stifled out well here. And the RAF is sort of spread too thin here, but Omnia sort of rushing themselves here because they know that if it goes 2-2 here and you give a side that's somewhat down here, has been the top seed for some time, the chance to get back in the game, they are going to take it. That looked like it was top right, must have been saved or off the woodwork, bounces to the halfway line. Both sides here, you know what, it's hammer and tong.
Off the corner again, and there's E04. That's the shot you were looking for. It was smoke screen before, but he made sure this one was caught by the cameras. A grand final hat-trick against the Storm Shadows. Call it revenge, call it hunger for the first. Maybe it didn't matter who they faced. They face the cream of the crop now. The first in standings with cash on board as well. And that has not struck fear in Omnia. Shot off, and even that one can't find the back of the net. What more can you ask for from Omnia?
That was the most important chance for the RAF Storm Shadows to see their way back into this series with comfortability. It is going to be 2, and it's a nice skimming touch from Cash, who's been pretty much the sweeper up and down the pitch at the moment, trying to do work at both ends, and they're a bit closer now.
This isn't a criticism of E04, more a credit that he came so close to actually getting that clearance. It was a hard play to read, and again, it's just when the finest of margins do dictate the nature of a series, and especially in the cases of the grand finals. Cash back on, 45 seconds left to go. This is the time where, like I said, players like Cedric typically do step up. At E04, it's been the full 4.5 minutes long from him. Cash gonna pounce on this ball, finds a player inside. That's got to be goal number 3, but it's wide.
And you just want to look at the sort of the situation and even how that play happened beforehand. If it was, RAF and sort of that sort of silky smooth, the arrogance of they're going to dominate the game the way they've been feeling, as that one will be goal number 4. They normally would have been sitting there playing around and toying. Cash deliberately waited, took the push and trying to force a mistake out of Omnia. They're not biting.
And I must say, that's been the most complicated goal for E04 in this matchup. A simple read off the ceiling, at the tightest of angles to do so. The rest of it, essentially, straight shots on net. And while Storm Shadows at times in front of the box have been frustrated with their overcomplications, looking for the sneak under, flip resets and all that Omnia simply are not falling for, E04 has brought a very different dynamic to this series. Just hit the ball towards the net with enough power. 9 times out of 10, you'll be rewarded.
Psycho, pinch me. I'm stealing Spig's phrase here. Is this happening?
I mean, I'm really at the stage now where I'm thinking, hold on a minute. How are Omnia pulling this out of the bag? To me, on every single player perspective I switch to, they are approaching the game with a level of class that I've not seen from the Storm Shadows in a long, long time. They are not putting a foot wrong. That one mistake, really, at the defense from that third man, which conceded goal number 1. Every other aspect of their players looks superb. The way that they're entering the play, rotating into positions, the way they're working around each other, their spacing between the 3 of them, and most importantly, the decisions they're making are absolutely locked in.
And I mean, guys, let's just talk about E04 in that last matchup. Looking to steal the title away from Envy opposite him on the pitch. I mean, that is unbelievable. And I do not know what he was thinking for that first goal. They already had the higher placed man there with, I believe it was Hammers that was available, who did get bumped off by Envy. And still, he thought an extra player was required in front as well. The confidence, and I called it the audacity when he eventually went on to score his hat-trick. It's what you love to see. It's that character we've been calling for from a lot of these players in every single one of these series. And someone has decided to step up in the grand finals. It's what you love to see. It's not been the Minty show. This has been Omnia.
And just even to put this in a strange type of evening here where everybody has been their own pantomime villain somewhat here. The RAF outright, you have that target back, obviously, as #1 seed here. And that sort of derby between the likes of the Falcons and the RAF and the legacies and everything back and forth here. I'm just sitting here sparing a thought here because I'm trying to work out the points in between stuff. They're going to have to cheer for the RAF to reverse sweep because Omnia was only 2 points at the start of the day here. They're going to leapfrog them. It's a question of how much. And then at that point, sorry, is this really happening? This is madness, actually thinking about it.
I mean, I was just looking at the scenarios before we got ourselves on broadcast today. I was like, okay, let's talk about who's going to be making, of course, that LAN event. Storm Shadows had firmly planted themselves in that position, but when it gets to the seeding, my goodness, does it get a little bit dense, especially with some of the just changes in performances from these rosters, qualifier by qualifier. Some have a slow increase, some have a slow decrease, some are just all over the place, and Omnia have certainly been one of those teams. But have they come to play for Qualifier 7? Vocash will put in a bit of a disruption there with that first goal, but with Omnia in possession, you start to worry that that could be short-lived.
I'm not worrying for a second for this Omnia side. They're trailing by 1 goal, but we've seen that before. And at the moment, it's routine organisation from this trio as Minty's control is, as always has been, superb. Fires it off to the backboard. That's a free net!
Oh!
And it's a save from Minty. Big mistake, and he just needed to backflip out of it.
That one's going to hurt, but they've got themselves a follow-up opportunity in quick time. Habersaints with pace on! It's a lovely drag. Not much pace off the initial challenge. But it's going to be that change in momentum that has sent the defense packing just quick enough to beat Envy, who, despite sparks on his car, did not have enough space in behind to clear that one out. And there's your quick response goal you were looking for from Omnia. Maybe delayed 15 seconds extra than it should have been, but Storm Shadows have not allowed that to phase them.
Well, I'm just trying to picture the sort of the Omnia comms right now, sort of going, why Minty being screaming to suddenly laughing, because once you tie that up, it's a bit of relief and vindication, but this is not overdone in the slightest here, and I just imagine the game just needs to settle down here by both sides, because they're playing at such pace here where it's allowing this essentially half a pitch to open up, and if one player just spots the right play, it's game over.
And while Omnia do have that one hand on the final victory here, and sometimes we can see teams get a little bit starstruck at that point. The quality starts to dip. That's what causes reverse sweeps a majority of the time, especially when you're against a team with that professionalism to keep on fighting. The Storm Shadows are certainly that team to keep on fighting, and they have done in this 4th game. And despite it being a best of 7, if Omnia are able to hold on, we're not going to be able to see those extra games where a few bumps in fields will certainly increase the chances of that popping up onto our screens.
1-1 and just under 2 minutes left to play. I'm kind of expecting to see an OT in this sort of a situation, unless Cash can rip something from nothing. And it's such a tight angle to develop some power from, but that corner of his Fennec has launched that one pretty quickly.
That's a taunting shot off the crossbar, off the post, as slow as it could be before finally crediting that goal in the Storm Shadows' favour. They say it's the hope that kills you. There was a player on the goal line that potentially had that in that instance, but they haven't let it phase him. Hammer Saints for the cherry pick. Goes out wide. Cedric's going to have to clear back in field, and Cash will confidently sweep this one across.
That's sort of the perfect sort of bit of the gameplay here, of course, from the RAF, because you need to get that situation every time that if Omnia does come back in somewhat, if this goes 3-3, even a hypothetical scoreline, the RAF needs to keep somewhat bit of that stability. The question is, will they be afforded to? Is that it's essentially a wild loose Omnia. They can afford to lose this, go into the next one here, and then by full name here, hammer them.
Well, there he is. He's on our current perspective. We'll just be waiting for that second ball, however. Last in the assembly line as Minty wants to take this one across. And I say last in the assembly line, clearly as Hammers didn't quite get that memo. That's a double commit. It's for an opportunity that...
Just like that there. The chances rattling around here is where the question on those opportunities being slotted home, and Minty with one opportunity that's essentially a double commit on the defensive line there. And the Pegasus, a fact that may have helped the Tempest at one point, has unfortunately adversely worked for the RAF there.
Pegasus giveth and Pegasus taketh. And he may have just caused a bit of calamity for RAF, but let's not take away from that play from Omnia. It was thoughtful, it was indirect, it weaved itself around all the defenders, and at the moment Hammer Saints has an opportunity to feed this to that star man, EO4! Infield with a screamer at the dying breath of what could have potentially just been game 4 to continue the series, but maybe that's a sweep on the cards.
0-4, a prophecy, a promise of a sweeping final. Omnia shock the world for 3 series in a row. They look to make that history, and all that stands in their way is that ground heating up and these final 5 seconds coming through. Storm Shadow needs something on 0, but Omnia have done it. On one of the final opportunities to do so, they grab a championship.
And just like that there, a sort of a championship win itself here. They joined a list of honours with the likes, of course, the RAF themselves, the Falcons. You know, how many sort of sides you want to move on to? Many would sit here and say this is unthinkable. How can the RAF be knocked out, beaten? But you sat there and said a promise of an 0-4. Well, it is a living prophecy by that logic there.
My goodness.
Full credit to Omnia. Full credit to them. We can't really explain how much this is going to mean for a side like them, because it's not just about today's affairs. It's not just about the amount of points they tally on the day. It's about how they transition as a roster moving forward to that main event, of which they've already secured and have done so in such an unbelievable fashion. For Storm Shadows, they're going to look at that game and they're going to think, we're not entirely sure what went wrong. They have time to figure it out, of course, but Omnia have just blown our socks off today.
Done more than that. They've made sort of the question and the doubts here with the invincibility armor has been sort of deshackled away from the RAF, but Pegasus, it's at this sort of point here, and I know the league table probably hasn't been up there, so I won't ask for it to be brought up. But roughly speaking, that puts Omnia, give or take here, into 3rd place. Falcons drop probably down to about 5th here. The RAF lead at one point does not look as stable it is. They're locked in probably top 4 based on the way mathematics will be here going into the last qualifier. But if you're looking at sort of Omnia at one point here was as tight as they were to the Tempest, have they made themselves sort of top, I don't want to say the big 4 now, arguably a big 5.
Yeah, it really does feel like that case, and I am just doing the quick calculations here. I believe this should be a 58 points finish for Omnia, and I believe you get a 12 points addition for 2nd place, which would see Storm Shadows on 72 points. Their consistency in competing in every single qualifier, and of course their performances as well, have pretty much cemented themselves in that 1st place spot, especially with Resurgence not quite having the performance they would like here today, increasing those possibilities for Storm Shadows to hold on to that title. But that doesn't matter right now. This is Omnia's moment. They've taken a qualifier, and listen, you can get yourself a few seedings, but ultimately it's who wins that grand finals, that land that takes all the marbles, no matter what fashion you enter into it.
Well, that certainly is true, but unfortunately, that is the end of Qualifier 7. We do have our champions, but not necessarily the title of the winner of the BFBS Pro League itself. That is in September, but a huge thank you, of course, to BFBS themselves here, the and the production, of course, Jake, who's been running the stream, and to everybody at home for tuning it on in. But you might be sitting there saying, well, that's the end. It's not quite yet. We do have that land, but we do have that one qualifier. If you want to get involved, the link is down below, and of course the respective channels here on Twitch and YouTube. Qualifier 8 starts at Wednesday 6 p.m. here live, and you know what, we'll see you all there. Stay safe. Good night all.